Okay. Good morning.
Okay, for watching.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are we?
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Oh, good. Okay. Let me see who I've got here.
I can. I'm a jumble of wires right now here.
Oh, me too.
I forgot to charge up the wireless headphones. So
That's a nice look, though.
yeah, you like that?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
all us deaf people, we like to have company.
it's like, hey,
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have to apologize at the beginning. I've had to have roofers come and work on my house. A little bit of wintertime leaking, so it sounds like to me like I'm inside of a drum. I don't know if you hear the sounds that they're scraping the roof and drilling and in the background. Hopefully the microphone is blocking a lot of that.
I cannot
Okay, well, good.
hear them.
Here, I'll talk to her. Let me hang on, let me put myself on mute.
I send you sympathy, having had to have a new roof put on last summer. I feel your pain.
Well, I won't be going to Paris this year. Let me put it that way.
Peter, your stuff is working great. We cannot hear any of the roof work. Don't worry about it.
Well, it would only work great if you couldn't hear me too.
Okay. Does anyone, just to let you know, we are being live streamed. Anna's got our YouTube working already this morning.
Sarah Kurt's trying to talk to you on the phone.
I know.
Have we got issues, Melissa?
Yes, give me one moment, please.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this
Mr.
is Tom
Domi.
Domi. I'm over here.
Give me 1 second. Let me get.
Okay, we're not on the record, so
And I think that we can talk about this. So Madam Hearing Examiner, this morning, I think before we get started, we would like to just confirm that we have the right track on the bench requests.
okay.
Because when I walked into the other room, I found out that my memory may not be as good as theirs was. So I was just going to run through the bench requests with you so that we're all on the same page, if that would be good with you.
Okay.
And while he's doing that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I do have an issue with what I marked down as bench request number 6, which is the current versus the stipulated rates.
Right.
So we can get into that when Mr. Domi discusses. I
So,
don't know if I have I guess I need more information to see if I do have an issue, but okay. I'll just stop there.
Okay.
All right, so Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't know if you want this on the record or if you just want to have a discussion ahead of time or what is that?
No, I think we can go ahead unless somebody knows a reason.
You want to go on the record?
No, I
Okay.
don't think we need to unless we don't have a meeting of the minds here.
Right. So
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have as I have it, I have 4 outstanding bench requests. 3 that are really directed at the company, and the 1 is that kind of is directed at WRA. They're taking the lead on that one. So
Okay.
the bench request number 4, as I understand it, is the bench request where you asked us to calculate the ROEs. Actuals, exactly.
Okay.
Calculate the actuals as that was defined by Mr. Shell, as dividing the total net income by the total equity for each year. So in other words, adding another column to that table showing the actual ROEs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's number 4, and we're working on that one. Number
Okay.
5, as I understand it, is your request that we confirm that the all the discounted transportation rates exceed the variable rates under as pursuant to 17.10.6.6 CF8, that section of that provision, confirming
Yes.
that our discounted rates exceed that variable rate.
And I believe that your witness testified yesterday. I think Mr. Bullard testified on that, and he said that there was such a document, and I don't know if you or Mr. Haverly offered, rather than me try to find that filing, you were going to file that as a bench request.
It's coming with this bench request. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the answer
Right.
to this gives you that document
Okay.
and then confirms that all those discounted rates in stipulation exhibit number 5 exceed that variable rate. So both
Okay.
of those components of our answer to that bench request.
Okay.
Okay. Then number 6 is for WRA, and that's the bench request about the plan for the plan for coming up with for handling the go ahead, Cindy. Why don't you?
Had to find my mic. Yes, so the hearing examiner, if I understand correctly, would like a more detail about the process by which we propose to be followed in the review of your line extension policy.
And then,
Okay.
Madam Hearing,
I didn't really give on mine. I didn't really give that a number. I just had all parties. But yeah, if it's easier to call that bench request 6, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
And
All
you
right.
said,
and then
Madam
Madam
Hearing
Hearing,
Examiner, a joint response to that would be acceptable, preferred?
Yeah. Yeah. If you
Yeah.
can get that together, that would be definitely preferable.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, and Sydney, I would just say at the outset, whatever you come up with, I think we're going to be happy with. So we can just say ditto with NM area. Just, that anyway.
Okay. All right. What do you think is 7, Mr. Dome?
Madam Hearing Examiner, we think that number 7 is, and we're working on a question that we verify the exact charges for the discounted transportation rates. So that would be for us to verify the components of each of those discount rates that are identified in stipulation exhibit number 5. That's that 2-page table. So as I understood your instructions, verify those charges. You began to talk about meters and access fees, and there was some confusion about that. So verify what is in each one of those transportation rates. And we would do that by probably adding another column, or we're giving you a separate table and adding an explanation for each one of those discount rates, something like that.
Okay.
And then the second part of that, as I understood it, was you said something like explain how non-discounted transportation customers are charged versus how the discounted transportation.
Yeah, just an explanation.
Yes. And so that would be the ones are by tariff and the other ones are by contract, and we'll so that's what I understand to be bid request number 7.
Okay.
A and B, I guess.
Okay.
And then, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's my list of bid requests. I don't know if you have others that I missed.
Well, we had one, I believe that when Commissioner Ellison was asking questions, that we could call bench request 8. And the breakdown, and perhaps this was just a deferral. So we could hold up on that on bench request 8. And Mr. Buchanan may be able to answer this question, but I wanted to make a note that the commissioner was interested in having a breakdown of where the drivers of the increase was coming from.
And that's where my head was, Madam Hearing Examiner, was that I listened to that discussion and I thought where it landed was that I think Mr. Shell said something like, well, I think that Buchanan would be the witness for that. And if he doesn't answer your questions sufficiently, then we would, then obviously there could be a bench request to follow. But I think that's where I had it, was that Buchanan was going to try to answer the questions, and then we would see if a bench request followed from that.
Okay, and similarly, for bench request 9, and my note says, we were looking at the information, I'm assuming it was one of the stipulation exhibits. We were looking at page 13 of 19. And, I think that the commissioner, wanted a column there that showed current costs, not future test year costs.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, what you tentatively referred to as bench request 8, the breakdown of the drivers of the 30 million increase, is of concern to us, depending on how detailed that is. As you are very intimately aware, the 30 million is a black box number. And it was intended to be a black box number so that we wouldn't have to litigate, say, for instance, what is what is gas company using as the inflation rate? What is gas company assuming the labor increase is gonna be? What is gas company assuming about all other details that we might have a disagreement about? And so the way that Commissioner Ellison was framing his questions, it seemed as if he was going in the direction of actually wanting, okay, 30 million, part of it is inflation, and that's this dollar, part of it is this. And we'd be very troubled, I would have to say, about that, because then the final order may look like, well, this 30 million is justified by all these little numbers that P&M puts together. And that is not what the stipulating parties have agreed to. The stipulated parties said, okay, taking the whole case, you get $30 million. You spend it the way you think you need to spend it. You do the projects that you think are most important. But that doesn't represent my clients or the other settling parties' understanding of what is driving that 30 million. So that,
Okay, so you're
it's not really
talking
an
about,
objection, but I don't know how this is going to go, and I didn't want to get in the middle of Commissioner Ellison's cross-examination and have to start objecting. So maybe we can thrash that out a little bit as we get closer.
well, and so you're referring to tentative bench request 8
Yes,
or
ma'am.
9?
8. 9, I have no problem with.
Okay, my recollection of that testimony, and Commissioner Ellison is on the Zoom. My recollection of that testimony and questioning yesterday had to do with the breakdown of the drivers of gas companies' increase.
Yes.
And it's like when you were, when you filed your application, you said you needed X, and he just wanted more information about what the breakdown was for each of the categories. And at this point, Mr. Gould, based on what you've said, I really don't think that there's an issue with how the $30 million is spent. I don't think the commissioner's talking about the stipulation revenue increase. I think he's talking about where the application increase was.
Well, the application increase was 48 million, so the stipulation dollars are 30. So maybe that's where my concern is being raised, and perhaps it's a phantom concern, but I know Mr. Shell was not able to get into it, and he referred it to Mr. Buchanan. So I
Okay.
just, if there's an issue, I just wanted to kind of raise it now
Okay.
respectfully and
I
just
hear you.
see. Okay, thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I think that as Commissioner Ellison discusses this with Mr. Buchanan, I think it could be clarified a little bit. And we can reach out to Mr. Gould and talk to him. Our thought was that we would be, the reconciliation statement that the company puts together in support of the stipulation. It's attached to the stipulation, but it's really the product of the company. And so we were going to be using that as the reference source for the breakdown of what the company thinks are the drivers for the $30 million number. So we were not going to get into what the parties determined, because the parties are a black
Right.
box. And so
Right.
it was
No, I
going to be
understand.
based upon our reconciliation statement and how the company is thinking about this, not how Mr. Gould is thinking about these things.
Right. Right. Okay.
And Tom, would you be marking that like for illustrative purposes or something like that? Like, how we used to back out in some of these stipulations, we used to back out the ROE until the commission said, no, we want a specific ROE.
Right.
Yeah. Is that how you're thinking of it? Just illustrative purposes. This is how the company looks at it. No party is bound by this, that kind of thing.
Now, I do recall that that Hearing Examiner Hurst likes us to stay away from the word illustrative. So I'm a little nervous about using the word.
We would not
illustrative.
want Hearing Examiner Hurst to get mad at us. That is the last
But
thing.
maybe in this instance, in response to this request, illustrative actually does work.
Well, and I think you all can work on this. I don't
Okay,
know that we need
thank
to
you.
spend our hearing time
Okay.
right now, but okay. So
And we're kind of
8,
talking behind, I know that the Commissioner Ellison is on, and it's like we're talking about him behind his back. So
Right.
I apologize if that's what we're doing here, but I just wanted to avoid, and I want to be respectful. I don't want to interrupt
Sure.
any cross-examination. So we just wanted to handle that as a concern. And thank you for listening to us, ma'am.
Okay. And like I say, I think 8 and 9, we'll see what Mr. Buchanan can
Thank you.
answer, and we'll see what the commissioner, the questions he has, and whether or not he's satisfied with that information.
Thank you, ma'am. This has been very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I think we're all on the same track then for the outstanding bench request from yesterday. And as we go along here, I think Mr. Gould brought up at the close of yesterday's hearing, are we going to get a chance to look at them? And the answer is yes. You are. And before I would consider admitting the bench request. So I will follow the rule
Okay.
on that.
And I
Okay.
just noticed last night, Muriel served on the parties, her response to that bench request, which has to do with the number of customers that are receiving LIHEAP.
Yes.
And okay, and I looked at that, and I guess we're going to go into that on the record and deal with that. But that is one more bench request, and it has been filed already, as I understand it. Okay.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, it is I put it in the Dropbox, and she filed it in the record in the commission's records office. So that's what I would like to have happen. Okay,
And
anything else procedural before we go?
one very quick note: does her bench request response does that have a number? Will that mess up my numbering?
I think she called it NEE.
Okay, all right, great.
Bench
That's what I was
request 1.
Perfect.
So yeah.
And it's a response by Tommy Sanders, so you may want to verify that,
Sure.
you know, on the record, Tom, that he's still standing by that answer. It's from
Okay.
last November, I think
All right, I'll have to
yeah,
track
log
that down.
response,
I'll have
yeah.
to track that down.
Okay. All right. Well, Melissa, how are we doing? Are we good?
Yes, I can get started.
All right. Excellent. Okay. Everyone remember we're on YouTube. And good morning. Melissa, we can go on the record now. We've been having a brief procedural discussion regarding the bench request and potential bench requests that were issued yesterday. And I think we have the numbers confirmed on that. And I believe we are ready to proceed. Again, just for people listening, we are going to proceed with gas company witnesses. And then after lunch, because of scheduling, we'll hear from DOJ witness Dr. Gigax, and then FEA witness Reno. And once we have completed the questions for those two witnesses, then we'll go back to gas company witnesses. Okay, very well. If gas company would present its next witness, please.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we would call Tommy Sanders.
Hello there. Good morning, Mr. Sanders. How are you?
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Would you swear the witness, please, Melissa?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead and state your name and your position for the record, please.
Tommy Sanders. I'm the Vice President of Customer Service and IT
For New Mexico Gas Company.
for New Mexico Gas Company. Yes.
I have placed in front of you Nmgc exhibit number 5. Do you see that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
That is my direct testimony in this case.
Was that testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Is that testimony true and correct?
Yes, it is.
If I asked you those questions today, would you give me the same answers as are written in that testimony?
Yes, I would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, with that, I would move for the admission of Nmgc exhibit number 5.
Mr. Sanders, you had attachments to your testimony?
Yes, there were attachments, I believe exhibits.
And those were prepared under your direction or control?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay, and they're complete and accurate?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Sanders' direct testimony filed in this case as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, gas company exhibit number 5 is admitted.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner. And then I would tender the witness for examination.
Very well, thank you. So I just had a few questions, and I believe that a couple of the questions from yesterday were deferred to you, Mr. Sanders, I think from Commissioner Ellison. And I don't recall, I think maybe it was Mr. Bullard who referred those. Could have been Mr. Shell. So you can just pick up your compensation from them for you having to answer their questions.
Okay, I will do
Okay.
that. Yes,
Very
ma'am.
well. let's see, it's just a. Okay. A few of the areas that you testified to have been removed now, because of the stipulation. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Specifically, the proposal to recover the credit card fees. You testified about that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And that's been removed now? That request has been removed by gas
Yeah.
company?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other part of your testimony had to do with the impact of COVID and on bad debt and the request for the recovery of the regulatory asset. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But that one, it's I guess I would like to know a little bit more about that. It may not be treated as a regulatory asset, but part of the claimed expense on that bad debt is still going to be amortized over the period of time before the test year period ends, isn't it?
I believe you're correct, Madam Hearing Examiner, but you're getting into the financial accounting for bad debt, and I believe that would be better answered by witness Buchanan.
Okay. The other question that I had to do with your Hansen CIS. And in reading your testimony, I know that I sort of would characterize it as that you've been putting sort of like patches on the system that you had up until the point where you can't patch it anymore. And now you're going to have to do something major to keep that system. Is that generally correct?
I think generally it is. I think we have been working with the old banner system for a while, experiencing problems, dealing with those problems as they come up. We did go through a process by which we did a technical uplift and a functional uplift. Oh gosh, the date is actually shown in my testimony, but it's a few years ago now, that helped us continue on that banner system until we made a firm decision on which way to go and we ultimately went with the new Hansen CIS.
And I notice on page 17 of your testimony, you specifically you've talked about the comparisons that you did and looking at different systems. And on page 17, you're answering the question posed at line 12 and 13. Please discuss the advantages to gas company and its customers of upgrading to the Hansen CIS. And then you begin your answer at line 15. First and foremost, an upgrade to the Hansen CIS provides gas company with the CIS that its consultants recommend, but at a cost significantly less than acquiring a new competing CIS. And then you compare what you're getting at 31.2 million for an SAP CIS, which is 76 million. What is an SAP CIS?
SAP is another company that provides this customer information system software. Generally speaking, that SAP and another one we looked at was Oracle, are systems designed for companies much bigger than ours, generally with over 1 million customers.
And so does the $76 million system, it's for companies with a lot more customers, but does it provide a lot more functionality than the one that you're getting?
Maybe slightly, but honestly, when we looked at the Hansen CIS and compared it against our requirements that we put together, we found that that system met our requirements quite well. So it
Okay.
has okay.
Well, I'm just wondering, I'm kind of thinking like in terms of cars. If it, is this system like a Chevrolet or a Ford, and the other one is like a Lamborghini, that it can go really a lot faster and has real leather or something? I mean, just trying to compare. Is it apples and oranges, or you got two oranges? One's a bigger orange, maybe.
I think one's a bigger orange, in my opinion. I think this Hansen CIS meets our needs.
Okay.
I think one of the reasons why Oracle's or SAP's systems cost more, one, it would be a totally new system to us. So we would have a lot more work to do to implement that system. It would be a lot more complicated training our employees. And the list goes on from there on why it would take much more internal resources to implement a system like the SAP system. So there's a number of reasons why that cost number on SAP gets up to that level, and it doesn't on the Hansen side. So
is the stipulation going to affect the proposed timeframes that you identified on page 21 of your testimony? Are you still planning to go live on this system?
Yes, ma'am. We are on track for a go live mid-October, the weekend of October 14th.
Okay, so the stipulation doesn't really affect the implementation date?
Not at all.
Okay, and I wanted to ask you, in making your determination, does your parent company or any of your brother or sister subsidiaries, do they utilize this Hansen CIS?
No, they don't. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons we looked at SAP is that TICO companies use SAP, and that's one of the reasons we took a look at it. But we discovered, it was a very expensive system for them to implement. And what we found when we looked at it is it would be very expensive for us to implement as well. I believe the Amera affiliates, they use a homegrown system at this point in time. They are looking at implementing a new system at some point in the future, I believe.
Well, I know in shared cost analysis for certain things, which I know you testified to, shared service cost of information technology and telecommunications, but and parties like to talk about the benefits of the potential benefits that you can get if you've got more people that are going to utilize a certain commodity or system. You might get a better price. So so you actually did, and I see on page 22 of your testimony at line 1, you're answering the questions from page 21, line 16 and 17. Please explain the actions taken by the company to help ensure a smooth transition to the upgraded Hansen CIS. And then you answer at line 1 on page 22, gas company has reviewed project lessons learned from TICO SAP implementation and is working with Cognizant to follow Project Management Institute PMI standards for the project management. That's at line 2 and 3. So you've testified that TICO used SAP, but how has project lessons learned, how has that assisted you?
Well, I think anytime you do a large system project, there are things that work and things that don't work. And of course, any good due diligence, you look at that during the project and after the fact to say what worked and what didn't work. And as our sister company developed those, they put together a list of things that worked and didn't work for them. And we reviewed that to determine if there were lessons that we could pull out of that would work on our project.
And then additionally, you reference this Cognizant.
Yes,
and then
ma'am.
you say at bullet point 20 at line 21 on page 22, gas company is contracted with Cognizant, a solutions integrator. What is a solutions integrator?
They are a company that comes in. It's a third party that you hire to help you actually implement the system that you're working on. It's something that's very common in the industry these days. When you're implementing large systems, you not only have the vendor and their resources, but you generally hire a solutions integrator to assist with the actual implementation of that software. Because they have expertise in doing it. We don't, as a company, routinely install large CIS systems. Cognizant does and has experience in doing that. So we borrow from that expertise in the implementation of this large project.
And what are these Project Management Institute standards that you refer to on lines 2 and 3 of page 22 or 22?
So there is a body of knowledge out there that surrounds the proper way to manage projects. And I believe those standards are put together by the Project Management Institute. And there are a number of things that are required by those project management standards that you do in a large project to help you successfully implement it.
Any project, or specifically a computer or a customer information system project?
No, in any project, we use a certain amount of these principles on our pipeline projects, for example. We use project management principles and standards on most projects we do around here, but it is particularly important to use them on very large projects because you have a lot of moving parts.
So is this an organization that gas company belongs to?
I don't know that we're a member of that organization. We do have several of our employees that are certified by that institution as project managers.
Okay. Do you have to pay a fee to get their standards?
I think there's training required that you have to go through in order to get certified. I believe there is a cost for that training. Once you complete the training, I believe they test you, and if you pass, you're certified.
But No, I'm just asking about the standards. You know, I mean, is it like a book or an ongoing, like
Yeah.
Westlaw, you know, that you have to pay a fee to access?
I don't believe you have to pay a fee to access these principles.
Okay. Is the cost that you're paying for Cognizant, is that included in the $31 million? Do
Yes, ma'am, it is.
you know how much it is?
I believe I have an exhibit in the back. Let me find that. The exhibit, it's marked THS 3, page 1 of 1, is a list of all the costs that add up to the 31,200,000. Cognizant is shown on the second line of that at 6.5 million.
So the integrator is only $1 million less than the software?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put out any bids or anything for integrators?
We did. But I will tell you that very few of the integrators that we talked to had specific experience with Hanson or the Banner software. Cognizant did. So that's one of the reasons why they were selected.
Okay. Moving on to your testimony at page 23, you said there's an estimated operation and maintenance cost for the project of $2,273,632. And that question was posed on line 17 and 18 of page 23, and your answer was on line 19.
Yes, ma'am.
That's an annual cost?
No, that's the O&M we will occur during the project period, the 2-year project period.
Okay. You indicate on page 24, your answer on line 5 says the life expectancy of this is 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's fairly well accepted that most large software projects have a expected life of 15 years, although to the extent we are able to implement the product releases, it could last longer than that. But
Are you gonna have any expenses, any more upgrade expenses or any maintenance during that 15-year period?
yes, there are license and maintenance fees that we will pay to the vendor Hanson during that period.
Do you know what they are?
I believe I've laid those out in my testimony. Let me see if I can find those. So if you look at page 17 of my testimony, it's a question that starts on line 12.
Okay.
But it's part of the answer that starts on line 19. It is estimated that annual licensing and support costs for SAP CIS are approximately $5.5 million as compared to $2.3 million for the Hanson CIS.
Okay. And so when we're talking about continuing costs, the only continuing costs that you would anticipate are licensing and what you've referred to are support costs.
Yes, ma'am, I think that's accurate. We may at some point determine we want to add maybe an additional satellite system on that provides more customer benefits. to the Hanson system, but that would be a separate capital project that would be approved through another rate case.
Okay. And then the other questions, and I know you said if they're finance questions that Mr. Buchanan needs to answer, but I just want to go back to that COVID bad debt
Okay,
topic and look at page 29 of your testimony. And you say at the beginning of that page, the question posed at lines 1 through 3, during the period of COVID-19 pandemic, did gas company undertake additional efforts to alleviate the increase in arrears in an effort to minimize bad debt? And then your answer begins on line 4, and it says, yes. Gas company increased its contributions to Heat New Mexico and hired additional temporary personnel to work with customers in arrears and assist them applying to Heat New Mexico for assistance with other programs. What is Heat New Mexico?
Heat New Mexico is a program that we actually, I guess, started and, well, we fund a big part of it, but customers can also donate to it and our employees donate to it. It's a fund that accumulates dollars that are used to help customers that are struggling with their utility bills or gas bills.
So it's a program that is not related to LIHEAP.
That's correct. It's a separate program.
And is the program administered by internally by gas company?
Yes.
And does gas company choose where to apply this money, or do customers actually have to apply for to get some help with that program?
A customer has to apply for assistance on that.
Okay. And I seem to my note indicates that somewhere I found that I don't know for what period of time, but I found the number $1.5 million that gas company donated to this program. If you know.
Madam Hearing Examiner, off the top of my head, I don't know that number. I know we donated several amounts over the period of COVID. I don't know that I ever knew what they totaled to.
Do you know if there's any, was all that money utilized to offset COVID bad debt?
It was used to assist customers with their arrears. I don't know that I could testify today that all of it was used for arrears that resulted from COVID. Some of them could have been on the books before COVID. Some could have resulted during COVID, and even some after COVID. So, but I would tell you, in my opinion, a large amount of it was used for arrears that occurred during the COVID period.
Gas company get a tax deduction for that donation?
I don't know that. Mr. Buchanan might be able to answer that.
Okay. On page 30 of your testimony,
Yes, ma'am.
the question posed at line 6 and 7, has gas company returned to normal billing and collection efforts And you begin your answer on line 8. No, not completely. Gas company is still processing a large number of aged accounts receivable. And then in parentheses, you have accounts in arrears. That could turn into bad debt in the foreseeable future. Do you have any quantification of a large number of aged accounts?
We do. We produce reports monthly that have those amounts on there. I couldn't give you an exact number at this point in time. But, you know,
Are the reports,
I'm sorry, go
are the
ahead.
reports filed with the commission?
I don't believe they are. I believe they're
Okay.
internal reports that we use to track our arrears and the arrears that go to bad debt.
Do you know why you would have quantified a number as a large number?
I know prior to COVID, I think our bad debt expense was running around $1.2 million, and I think we've seen it go up much higher than that. So I think when I refer to a large number, it's a number that's larger than what we historically saw.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions that I had for you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Tom Domi. I'm
Mr. Domi.
not on camera, but I'm over here. Yesterday you asked us about paragraph 14 of the stipulation. That is the implementation paragraph. And we said that, I think you asked that of, I can't remember which witness it was, Shell. And he said that that would be better handled by Mr. Lyons or Mr. Buchanan. I think that I think that Mr. Sanders is available to answer questions about that. And we didn't want to misdirect you. So if you have any questions you want to ask him about that while he's here, that's, you know, I was just going to mention that to you.
Okay,
That was paragraph 14 of the stipulation, ma'am.
What page reference is that, Tom? Oh, you're talking about, never mind. I know it's referred to in my testimony. I will find it.
oh, okay, interesting. Mr. Sanders is the witness for this?
I think that he and Mr. Lyons both, but we didn't, Mr. Sanders has some input on this and
Okay,
we failed to mention him yesterday.
okay. Mr. Sanders, do you see on the screen, paragraph, 14 of the stipulation?
Yes, ma'am, I see that.
Okay. Basically 14 says, for the record, the rates that are set forth in the stipulation and exhibit shall be implemented. And that was the key question I was asking about, by the later of 7 days after the final order or October 1st. What do the parties intend when they say implemented?
So I believe in my testimony, I provide an answer to that question on page 24.
Okay, just 1 second.
At line 11. And I believe it says the company is proposing that the new rates requested in this case become effective for services rendered. That would be gas service is rendered
Okay,
after October 1st.
okay.
The company is working out the best way to implement the banner upgrade to facilitate the implementation of these new rates. We realize that implementing the rates this way is complicated when you're implementing a new system, because we will have bills they go out in October, we'll have usage for both September and October on them. So we will have to bill 2 separate rates for those different sets of volumes. But we are still proposing that rates be effective with actual services rendered after October 1st.
Okay. Thank you. That does address that issue. Okay, with that clarification and answer, I have no further questions. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Chairman, any questions for Mr. Sanders?
No, and thank you, Mr. Sanders, for your testimony, and good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellison, I believe, sir, that you had some questions that got deferred to Mr. Sanders yesterday regarding I remember the customer information. Go ahead, please. Commissioner? Can you hear me? You're frozen on our screen, or at least my screen.
Oops.
Maybe it'll come back.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Peter Gould, while we're waiting for Commissioner Ellison, I wonder if we could have Mr. Sanders verify the correctness of the NAE bench request, which is his response to NAE interrogatory 1-3, which is dated November 22nd, 2023, and has to do with the total number of LIHEAP payments that the company received.
Sure.
And just
Sure.
get that cleared and get
Absolutely.
that admitted. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank-
that's a good idea, Mr. Gould. Thank you. Have you had an opportunity, Mr. Sanders, to review your response to NAE interrogatory 1-3?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
That is regarding calendar years 2021, 22, and 23, number of LIHEAP customers. And you were the responder to that interrogatory, and you included a table that had the number of payments that were received. That look like your response? That look correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is correct.
And there's not any monetary amount associated with these payments, is there?
No, ma'am, there is not on the schedule. That's not something that we routinely track.
And it's been a while since I was familiar with the LIHEAP program. With the details of the LIHEAP program. Is the amount of a LIHEAP payment always the same, or does it vary?
I believe it can vary.
Do you have any other information about what it can vary from?
No, ma'am, I know we use a third party, I believe, that administers LIHEAP, and I know payments are made to people, and I believe they can choose where to use those LIHEAP payments, either pay their electric bill or gas bill, or you know, some maybe they're buying firewood with it. I don't know.
Okay, but your chart shows payments that were actually made, but from your customers that they got from LIHEAP, and they made that the payments to gas company. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And this looks like a complete answer that was included. It's got your affirmation also on it from November 23rd. Does this look like the complete response that you made to NEE?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any objection or does any party want an opportunity before I consider admitting NEE bench request number 1 to the record? Would anyone like the opportunity to ask Mr. Sanders questions on the bench request? Hearing none, I'm going to admit NEE bench request into the record. Okay, very well. Hi, Commissioner.
Hello.
We
I apologize for the technical difficulties. I'm in the Bochum building today, so that may explain it.
I might be using up all of our bandwidth. I'm on the floor beneath you, I think.
Right, I know.
Oh, okay. So we were just taking care of that bench request matter, sir. So if you have questions, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning, Commissioner Ellison.
Appreciate your testimony today. I just wanted to follow up on a few questions and make sure I'm understanding things correctly. You mentioned that Emera has a system that they developed in-house for customer information and billing. Is that correct?
I believe they have I called it a homegrown system. I believe it's one they developed in-house.
Is that something that you considered adopting at the gas company?
No, we didn't look at that. Their system is quite old, and they have been in the process for a while looking at replacing that themselves. So, and I think primarily it was designed for an electric company, not a gas company.
I see. So they've been using it for gas, even though it was originally designed for electric.
No. They use it for electric. We would have needed it for the gas business.
Converted. Okay.
Yeah.
Is Hanson and Banner the same company, or does that one company support both types of software?
Hanson owns Banner. They have rebranded the Banner system in their new releases as Hanson CIS.
Okay, and is that the reason that the Hanson CIS software is so similar to what you currently have?
Yes, the banner system has evolved over the 20-year period, 20-plus-year period since P&M originally installed that system. But because that system was so heavily customized when it was first installed, we were not able to continue to make or implement releases as they came out. So the Hanson CIS is a continuation of that system, but with 20-plus years of enhancements.
Wouldn't there need to be significant customizations made to that Hanson software as well?
We have, of course, since Banner was implemented, there's been a lot of advancements in the IT world. First of all, we consider a customization a change to the base code of the product. We can now, because of advancements in IT, make changes through extensions or through configurations or through even middleware that don't require a modification to the base code of the system. But what we found when we analyzed the new Hanson CIS against our requirements, a number of things that were originally customized to meet our business needs back in 1998 were already incorporated into the new Hanson CIS. So I believe there were probably 80 plus customizations in the old Banner system. We will complete this project, I think, with less than 10 customizations. So we believe we're doing it in a way that will allow us to implement releases as Hanson makes improvements in their software going forward.
Okay, I think I understand that that the new software would allow you to customize it without having to change the base code as heavily, that there would be some templates or some other ways of implementing the customization you need.
That's correct. But also I did say a lot of the things that required a customization in 98 are now part of the base code in the new Hanson software. So we didn't even have to think about any of those other ways of making those changes. They were already included in their base code.
You said in your testimony that the ongoing licensing and support costs are $2.3 million a year for this Hanson product. What level of support would they be providing you?
Full support.
So any problems, if there are any additional rate riders or eliminating rate riders or any sort of rate changes, they would be available to help with that.
So if you're talking about if we implemented a new program that had a whole new scheme around rates, that might be an additional cost. But if you're talking about, for example, anytime we have a rate case and we have new rates, if we needed support to put those new rates in the system, they would be available. Although I will tell you that they have made that process much more efficient in the new system, the Hanson CIS, than the old. So I don't know that I would envision needing that support for that type of work. But let's just say something in the normal routine of calculating bills or something broke, they would absolutely be there to help us support that.
Okay, and you're estimating that this system would have a lifetime of about 15 years then, that you would not need to buy a new product for 15 years.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What does the system integrator do as opposed to the software vendor?
So the system integrator has performed a lot of different functions on this project for us. They were heavily involved. First of all, they're providing some project management functions. They are also providing training support, but they also, as a solutions integrator, playing a very key role in testing. We call it systems integration testing, where they test the system during the implementation of the project to determine if it is properly doing what it's supposed to do to meet our requirements. So they've been heavily involved in that.
And the software vendor, what role do they have in this project besides providing you the software and a license?
So they have been engaged with us to the extent we determined that their software isn't meeting a certain business requirement. They may be helping us develop extensions or configurations to help that would cause their Hansen CIS system to meet our business requirements.
Do they perform any, again, the word customizations, do they perform any customizations or work to make the software suitable to your needs?
Yes, they do. As a matter of fact, if, as I stated, a customization is defined by us as a change in base code. To the extent base code changes are required, they are the only party that is allowed to make those changes to base code.
And if it's something more simple, say a template change, would they do it, or would the system integrator do it?
It could be any one of those two, or it could be even an internal resource that we have from IT working on the project.
Okay. And what sort of risks are associated with this transition to a new billing system?
So, of course, there's a risk that it won't work. I mean, but I think we have put a lot of time and effort into making sure we've done everything to minimize all possible go live risks. So it's one of the reasons why we hired Cognizant, who is the solutions integrator, so that we get expertise on these types of project implementations. We are doing a great deal of system testing that will help us determine whether this system is meeting our business requirements. Prior to go live, we will go through what we term as 3 mock go lives, where we actually do end-to-end testing of the whole system to ensure that it will do everything we want it to do. So that will happen 3 times before go live weekend. In addition, during go live, we will have a full staff from Cognizant, a full staff of Hansen, our full staff on hand throughout that weekend and after that weekend to ensure a successful go live.
And, I understand that, you have AMR, automated meter reading, for most of your customers. will the new software accept input from the meter read downloads as is, or how will that work?
It will accept them. We have already completed those integrations, so the Itron system has already been integrated with the new Hansen CIS, and it has been tested by the solutions integrator.
Okay. And, I understand that, would it be fair to say that if you were to not transition to this new billing system, that you believe that would entail a risk that one day your billing system may not work?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. I wanted to ask briefly about one other item. And I asked this, I believe, of Mr. Bullard. Are there any efforts to be able to contact customers during, say, times of shortage of volumes or extremely high prices, to ask them to conserve? And, this question really flows from the Winter Storm Uri experience, and really I would say at least the difficulty the gas company had in letting customers know that it was a difficult time and a time to conserve.
So, yes, Commissioner Ellison, I will, let me start off by saying that this new Hansen CIS system will give us the ability, I think one of the things you were asking about yesterday was a texting system. When we first implement, we won't have that texting system, but it gives us the ability to implement a more robust mass texting system that we don't currently have with the current banner system. So I believe that will be something that we look at very shortly after we get this system up and running. We do also have an additional item. It's called a robo-dialer that we use frequently to put notices out to customers. We actually can put in a message, and a robo-dialer will call customers and leave that message on their home phones, warning them of an instance like a very cold event or a high price event. You have to implement it area by area, so it takes a bit of time to get that message out. But that is one thing we do use in customer service to help get the message out. And I think Witness Wasim is going to be prepared to more thoroughly answer your question for you when he is on the stand.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Sanders. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any redirect for Mr. Sanders?
No, ma'am.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Sanders? Hearing none, thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. It's always a pleasure.
Appreciate it. And I think, just so I don't forget it today, now might be an appropriate time for us to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back and gas company can present its next witness. So I have 10:10 on the monitor, so let's come back at 10:20, please. And remember your YouTube feed. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Haverly, do we know who Tim is?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that is Mr. Lyons, our rate design witness that we were going to call first, right after Mr. Sanders. As Mr. Domi discussed yesterday, that we would take him out of order if that was okay, since he seems to be, that type of testimony seems to be of importance, considerable importance to the commission. We thought we'd get him in earlier. So I asked him.
When is Mr. Wassine available?
Wassine can be available anytime. Would you like to take him first and then take Mr. Lyons?
I would.
Okay, we can get Mr. Wassine first. That's not a problem.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And we can let Mr. Lyons know that he'll come on after this and he doesn't need to sit in the waiting room.
Okay, yeah, that would be great.
Okay, we'll do that right now. I'll make
Okay.
those arrangements.
All right, I appreciate that very much.
Okay, Madam Hearing Examiner, I've went and Mr. Wassine is on his way down to this room.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Are we back on the record yet?
No.
Okay. So when we go back on the record, would it be acceptable to you, Madam Hearing Examiner, if we dealt with the stipulating of the FAR and Avalon testimony and then put Mr. Wassine on, or would you like to do that
Right,
after?
we can go ahead and do that now, so we can come back. We're back from our break. Melissa, are you
Sure.
good?
Yes.
Very well. We're back on the record from our break, and I asked that gas company that Mr. Wassine be their next witness. And while we're waiting for him, Mr. Haverly, I believe we're going to deal with two of the witnesses that I indicated. I understood their testimony and that they did not need to be present. So you can go ahead with that.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Mexico Gas Company would move for the admission of NMGC exhibit number 6, which is the testimony of Kevin Farr, and NMGC exhibit number 13, which is the direct testimony of David Avalon, and that be admitted via stipulation.
And my understanding is that all the parties have agreed in your unopposed motion that you filed, had agreed to the stipulation of witness testimony. And I had indicated that for the witnesses that I had no questions, the commissioners had no questions, and there were no objections, that I would admit the stipulated testimony. And the correct, complete exhibit verified by Mr. Farr as gas company exhibit 6 was placed into the Dropbox. Is that correct, Mr. Haverly?
That is correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as New Mexico Gas Company exhibit 6, the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Farr? Hearing no objection, Gas Company exhibit 6 is admitted. Gas Company exhibit 13 was subject to the same agreements and conditions. Gas Company Exhibit 13 is the pre-filed direct testimony of Davicel Avalon. Mr. Haverly, the complete exhibit of Gas Company 13 was placed into the Dropbox. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as Gas Company Exhibit 13? Hearing no objection, Gas Company 13 is admitted. Mr. Haverly.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we have Mr. Wassine, so we call Gerald Wassine, and I'm going to switch the audio over to him so that the wonderful little square lights up when he speaks.
All right. Thank you so much.
I think that should be working.
Well, I can hear you. I just don't see you.
Is that better, Madam Hearing Examiner?
Still don't. There you are, right in the middle. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Melissa, would you please swear the witness?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Dome? Mr. Haverly? Mr. Dome, go ahead, sir.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please. My name is Gerald Wassine. And I've handed you what is marked as Nmgc exhibit number 7. Do you have that in front of you? I do. And what is that? That is my direct testimony in support of the application. Are there any exhibits to that? There are not. Yeah, there is one exhibit. I'm sorry, that my professionalism.
I'm sorry, your professional what? I'm sorry.
Resume. Mr. Wassine, was the testimony and the exhibit prepared by you or at your direction? Yes, it was. Is this testimony and the exhibit true and accurate? It is. If I asked you the questions in the testimony today, would you give me the same answers? Yes, I would. Do you have any changes to your testimony and or your exhibit? No, I do not. Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of Nmgc exhibit number 7.
Any objection to what's been identified as Gas Company Exhibit 7, Mr. Wassine's direct testimony as verified by him here today? Hearing none, Gas Company Exhibit 7 is admitted. Mr. Dome?
I would tender the witness for examination.
Very well. And Commissioner Ellison, perhaps, sir, if we could start with having Mr. Sanders alluded, Mr. Wassine, a few minutes ago to you having a more complete answer for Commissioner Ellison's question. Did you happen to hear that?
I did.
You're smiling, so I think you probably did. So would you like to elaborate on that particular topic, sir?
Sure. So, Commissioner Ellison, I recall the conversation we had in an open meeting about customer communications with regard to high price events or winter weather events. As a result of that, the company went away and talked a little bit about how we might do things a little bit differently and be a little bit more proactive. So there is an evolving plan. I think we're getting better at this, but for the past winter heating season, there was a weekly call on Thursdays between the communications team, the customer service team, the gas supply team, and the regulatory team to talk about the week ahead, the 2 weeks ahead, to see if weather might be coming in, whether we might expect high prices, just so people could be on standby. In the event that the gas supply team was seeing elevated prices, there were follow-up meetings, and we had a suite of options. Mr. Sanders referred to a few of them that we could implement. These include proactive media outreach, a news release. Mr. Sanders referred to the auto dialer or the robocall he indicated that we could use, text messages to customers. We have used social media in the past, and Commissioner, you talked a little bit about the limited scope that offers, which we agree with. So we do have Facebook, we do have a presence on X or Twitter. So we push information there, we post information on the website. But I think the biggest change in the last couple of years is pushing information out and being a little bit more proactive. The one event this past year where we, if you will, pulled the trigger on some of that was in early January. And one of the things that I think was primarily different is that we did a proactive outreach to media outlets, and that resulted in a front page story in the Albuquerque Journal about pending weather and what customers might do in advance of that.
Okay, I do appreciate that response, and I guess really there are two separate things here, and one is what means do you have at your disposal to contact customers, and the second issue is your willingness and in what cases will you use them. And certainly having the capability to text or email seems like a real improvement in how to reach individual customers. But if you don't think there's a problem, then you're not going to activate that system. It does make me think about Winter Storm Uri and the company's postings on social media that, gee, if you'd like to save money, you should turn your thermostats down. It just
Commissioner, you're frozen again. Commissioner, we're not, we didn't get that question. You froze up again. Okay, well, just sent a message to IT to potentially help with our freezing problem. I'm hoping that I'm not gonna have that issue also. Um, why don't we take another 5-minute break and I'll go check out this issue. So, just remember that, you're on the YouTube. So we're gonna take a break here for, a few minutes, and I'm gonna check out the internet problem.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that unexpected break. I think our technology is working and being worked on as we speak. So I believe we can go back. Commissioner Ellison, questions for Mr. Wassine?
Yes, thank you. I do apologize for the technical difficulties we seem to be experiencing. And I don't know how much you heard of my question.
About the first 10 words, Commissioner.
Okay, so you know, I basically was expressing that in my view, there seems to be a couple of issues. One, the technology that you have to communicate with customers on an individual basis, and then really your willingness and your decision-making process to use them in an event. And it seemed to me that, you know, in hindsight, in looking at the Winter Storm Uri, the communications that the gas company had on social media that reminded customers that they could save money by turning down the thermostat, in my view, really didn't convey the sense of urgency that, you know, I would think was appropriate in the situation with those extraordinary gas prices. So I guess part of my question is, you know, not only the technology, but in what instances would the gas company plan to use the ability to contact customers in the future? And you know, do you have reticence around expressing, you know, sort of a sense of urgency in situations like that?
So a couple of thoughts, Commissioner. One, I would agree with you that you could always learn and do better. And I think our experience during Winter Storm Uri has been an important reference point for us about how and when. And I think, so part one, there is no reticence to communicate with customers. And I think part of the process that we now have in place, I think demonstrates that. We haven't had the circumstance to put it into application yet, but I think the process that we're using to try to evaluate in real time what we're doing. And then two other thoughts, you know, we try to be careful about the unintended consequences. So I wasn't here in 2011 when we had the storm, but in that circumstance, when we did communicate with a sense of urgency to customers, what we noticed was that usage went up, and that people turned the thermostat up with the thought that the temperatures were going down and the gas supply might be at risk to warm the house up in case they lost service. And so, so I think for some folks who lived through that experience, there's always that, is there an unintended consequence? But generally speaking, I think our approach right now is that transparency is the best path, and providing people with good information in a timely fashion is the right thing to do. I wanted to address just your comment about the topic of communication. So I think in the past we've had sort of a generic catch-all communication about what customers might do. And what we've been trying to do recently is think about what we might communicate in advance of the winter heating season for customers. what we might be able to do during the winter heating season on an ongoing basis, and then what we would do if we have a set of circumstances where prices are spiking or we have a supply concern. So if you, energy efficiency, for example, it's no good to tell someone in November when you've got weather approaching that you have access to energy efficiency programs, because that won't help you this week. But if you are talking to people about that earlier on an ongoing basis, that helps. Preparation for winter heating season and giving people tips and letting them know that we will be communicating and what they could look for. Proactive in our bills, proactive in an email, information on the website, media outreach and all of that. I think there's a number of steps that we're now trying to take that put us in a better spot to have customers more generally aware of sort of how the system operates and what the consequences are of severe weather or when prices spike.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. That's really all the questions I had for the moment. Here, Examiner Hurst, for Mr. Wasim.
Very well, sir. Thank you. Mr. Wasim, I just had a couple of questions for you. And I just wanted to give you the opportunity. If you were listening yesterday,
Yes, I will.
I was asking Mr. Bullard a lot of questions about those transportation contracts.
Yes, ma'am.
But that I think I noted on the record that at least some of the documentation that I pulled off the info share. So for example, if you heard me talk about the Mosaic potash was an on-system discounted transportation rate.
I have that here.
And as part of the documentation that was included with that, your signature was on that those particular rates.
Yes, it is.
And so I didn't know if you had anything further to add regarding these discounted transportation rates.
I just perhaps would be helpful in that particular instance. The rate 42 is specific to Mosaic. And I think as Mr. Bullard testified yesterday, they had changed their gas supplier. And so the revision to the rate, which is in other conditions number 3, was the change. And if you on that page, there are 2 X's on the right-hand side of the page beside number 3. Those X's denote the change in the rate that we were filing. And so there was a revision to the rate, changing the name of the supplier. My signature is on it because we were filing a revision to a rate. The process I go through in signing that is to ask the question, has the rate changed? In this case, the answer was no. And is the rate that we're charging above the variable rate? The answer in this case was yes, it still is. And so then I signed it and we filed it with the commission.
Okay, and we're waiting on some information. But that's a subject of a bench request. Are you participating in that?
I'm there are other folks who are pulling that together, but yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, so there's that note. And then first part of your testimony is your summarizing the status of greenhouse gas emissions and the initiatives that were part of the 2019 and 2021 rate cases, correct?
That's correct.
And I wanted to ask you about on page 8 of your testimony, the question posed at lines 1 through 3. Please update the status of the other provisions regarding environmental issues agreed to by the parties in the 2021 rate case stipulation. And then you begin your answer with talking about paragraph 23, which generally had to do with electric and hybrid vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And down at lines 16 through 20, you start and you say, gas companies in the final stages of developing a new process for performing its annual comparative analysis of proposed fleet vehicles purchases that will comply with paragraph 23 of that stipulation and provide for the inclusion of electric and hybrid vehicles in the analysis. Unfortunately, vacancies within the fleet program have delayed the completion of the project. When you say vacancies in the fleet program, you're not talking about missing vehicles, right? You're talking about people, right?
Yeah, I was talking about people met in hearing examiners.
Okay, so you've had some people leave, or
Just some turnover in that department, subsequent to the case being filed, has been completed and is now used on a regular basis for making fleet decisions.
okay, so the update then is you have the new process now.
Yes, and the process is not specific to electric vehicles. It's about fleet procurement in general. So if you, in my answer to the question at line 1 on page 8, on lines 7, 8, and 9, the analysis shall include at a minimum a life of vehicle comparison of cost, range, availability, and emissions data for all passenger vehicles and trucks. In our mind, that's really the right thing to be doing regardless. And so that gets applied to every vehicle purchase. And if an electric option is available, that gets put through the mill. And, you know, we need to take into consideration what the vehicle's used for, the payload, the range. If it's out of the office a lot, is there public charging infrastructure available so that, you know, if they're 100 miles away from the office or whatever, they can access that. And all of those things go into the decision about whether an electric option is available. And the commitment we made that we now apply is if an electric option is available and it meets the criteria, we show a preference for that.
Okay, at the bottom of page 8, you're saying that, and then continuing on page 9, that during up to mid 2023, the gas company was able to procure 2 electric service trucks, one of which that you got. Have any updates? Did you get your other truck?
We did, and we now have charging infrastructure at the business center or at our main office. And we're in the process of completing the installation of charging infrastructure at the company's service center on Edith Boulevard in Albuquerque.
And is that where the electric vehicles are stationed?
So today at the business center, we have 2 electric vehicles that are here on a regular basis and that employees use. And when we make subsequent purchases, I mean, those vehicles aren't attached to the building.
Right.
They'd be available to, you know, whoever needs them. And so we now have the ability to charge the vehicles at 2 locations.
Okay, so is the charging infrastructure solely for gas company, or like the one at the business center? You know, if somebody, a customer drove up, could they plug in? No.
It's inside of the fence and solely for a gas
Okay.
company.
So you do have a fence there,
We do.
not one of the things I read of locations where you don't have a fence to protect.
That's correct. And it was installed a couple of years ago.
Okay. Really, I think that's all I had, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, any questions for Mr. Wissing?
No questions for Mr. Wassine, and thank you, sir, for your testimony today.
Thank you, Chair.
Any questions from any party?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I wonder if I could follow up on with a couple of questions with respect to Commissioner Ellison's questions about customer notification.
Okay, you have questions about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Wassine. My name is Peter Gould. I represent large customers on gas company system. Could you just briefly talk about, you had a colloquy with Commissioner Ellison about your efforts to communicate with individual customers. Could you talk about your communication efforts with large customers in the event of a system emergency or a high price event?
Most of the responsibility that the group that reports into me is about communication with residential and small commercial customers. We have customer relationship managers who I believe are in contact with large commercial customers, but I would certainly welcome any opportunity to have a dialogue about that.
Okay. And if a large customer is taking gas from a shipper, do you have any information on whether or not you would be talking to the end use customer or the shipper?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that, but I'd be happy to find out for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Any questions for Mr. Wassine? No. Very well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time, and you're excused.
Thank you.
Okay. Where are we with the next witness for gas company?
It looks like Mr. Heverly is talking, but I'm not hearing him.
I'll just go confirm. Okay, Mr. Domi is going to confirm that he is logging on. He is remote from us.
Okay. So we're going to go with Mr. Lyons next.
Yes, ma'am, if that's okay with you.
Yep, that's fine.
He's logging on.
Mr. Lyons, can you come off mute? Perfect.
Good morning. Melissa, would you swear the witness, please?
Yeah, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Haverly.
Can you come off mute? Perfect. Mr. Lyons, would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Timothy Lyons.
And Mr. Lyons, who are you employed by and what is your position?
I'm sorry, I had the live stream on.
Okay. Mr. Lyons, would you please state who you're employed by and what your position is?
Scott Madden, and I'm a partner.
Okay. Mr. Lyons, you have before you what has been marked NMGC exhibit number 16. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is my direct testimony in support of the application.
And was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
And Mr. Lyons, are there any corrections that you have to your testimony today?
Yes, I do. In Exhibit 9.
TSL 9, is that correct?
Yes, Exhibit TSL 9. Both the all of the 4 rates that are represented there, the residential, small, medium, and large general service, the distribution only and the transmission only bill impact comparisons need to be corrected or were corrected. Presently, for example, the distribution only charge excludes the transmission charge, but it didn't remove the GRT and franchise fees related to transmission. And so there's a corrected schedule that removes those. Similarly, on the transmission side, the distribution, gross receipts tax, and franchise fees weren't removed as well. So the corrected version removes both of those.
And Mr. Lyons, are those corrections throughout TSL 9, pages 1 through 4?
Yes, they are.
Have those been marked in red line?
Yes, I believe so.
And Mr. Lyons, are the corrections that you're discussing the ones that have been included in the Dropbox testimony that was uploaded?
Yes, they have.
Are there any additional changes other than those that we just spoke about on TSL 9 to your testimony?
No, they're not.
If I asked you the same questions that are contained in your testimony, would you provide me the same answers as corrected?
Yes, I would.
And are those answers true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move to admit NMGC exhibit number 16.
Any objection to what has been identified as gas company exhibit Did you say 9, Mr. Haverly?
No, 16, ma'am.
16. Okay, that's what
If
I
did, I
had.
apologize. I meant to say 16. If I may have said 9.
No, I don't know why I was looking at 9, but it's like, no, it's at 16. Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as gas company exhibit 16? Mr. Lyons corrected direct testimony in this case as verified by him here today, and as was included in the Dropbox. Hearing no objection, gas company exhibit 16 is admitted.
Thank you,
Mr.
ma'am.
Haverly?
Mr. Lyons, you also have what has been marked as NMGC exhibit number 17. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's my direct testimony in support of the uncontested stipulation.
Was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions contained in exhibit number 17, would you provide me the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
And would those answers be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move to admit what has been marked as NMGC exhibit number 17.
Any objection to what's been identified as gas company exhibit 17? Mr. Lyons' testimony in support of the stipulation as verified by him here today. Hearing no objection, gas company exhibit 17 is admitted.
With
Mr.
that-
Haverly.
Yes, ma'am. With that, I tender the witness for further examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lyons. Thanks.
Morning.
Thanks for being here. I had indicated yesterday that I had some questions for you, and gas company made you available. Thank you for being willing to come out of turn here to help flesh out our record and answer some questions. And the first thing I wanted to start out with is to get some understanding, looking at page 4 of your direct testimony regarding the fully allocated cost of service. And I don't know, were you listening yesterday, Mr. Lyons?
I was traveling, so I was listening off and on and caught a little bit of the conversation.
Okay. I just want to get for the record, just some basic information on the representations of your figure 1 and make sure that we have that my understanding is correct of what this is and what you think it shows. Okay. So just basically, can you tell me what the purpose of the fully allocated cost of service is?
Yeah, it's to take the company's overall revenue requirement and a portion, or its cost of service, and apportion it to each rate class so that you can determine what the individual cost is to serve each of the customer classes, residential, commercial, and et cetera.
So is there in your documentation an exhibit that points to a numeric quantification of what's being represented in figure 1 on page 4?
Yes, there is exhibit TSL-2 that summarizes each of the classes' rate of return relative to the overall company rate of return.
So before we get too far, is showing the class rate of return relative to the company rate of return, is that the same thing as showing where each of the classes are in I don't know the right term, in how close that they are coming to actually meeting their their total cost of service.
Yes, and that's what this chart illustrates. So the red line represents the company's overall cost of service. And you can see, according to this, the overall company rate of return is 2.3%. And then each of the classes, like starting with the residential, they're either higher or lower relative to that line. So for example, the residential 10 is just below that 2.3 company rate of return at 2%. And then the small, medium, large, the 54, 56, and 58 are just above that overall company return of 2.3. They're at 4.1, 3.8, and 2.6.
So in your figure 1, any of the rates are represented on the bottom going across the page. Any of the blocks for each of the rates that are above the red line are actually paying their full cost of service.
Yes, and in fact, the rates associated with those classes are paying in excess of their cost of service. And the bars where it's below the overall company return is paying less than their cost of service.
So when you use the term relative rate of return for the company, would that be considered to be the same thing as full cost of service?
Yes. And again, the full cost of service is all of the details and mechanics that go into the FACOs. This is merely the summary of all that. So the three steps of the FACOs are, the functionalization, classification, allocation, all of that results in class rates of return that are then presented on that diagram.
Okay. Okay, do I have the right one?
You do.
TSL2?
Yes.
And it says TSL2, pages 1 of 2, summary of FACOS results. And then it's got the adjusted base period present rates, test period present rates, that equalized return, proposed rates. So if I looked under the very first adjusted base period present rates.
Right. So
let me rephrase that. Which of these categories, if I wanted to look and see how close residential rate 10 was to being even with that red line that we just looked at in your summary chart, which of these categories is going to tell me that?
It's the second set of numbers. It says test period present rates.
Okay.
So this is the projected cost of service based on present rates or the current rates. And if you go down to the third line, which says rate of return, that 234 and the 199 for the total company and the residential, those are the ones that are reflected on the chart on figure 1.
Okay. So then if you go down one and you look at relative rate of return, which is 85%.
Yes.
Does that mean that the residential class is only paying 85% of its cost of service?
Yeah. Yes. In other words, the 199 represents 85% of the 234. So it's that relative rate of return.
Okay.
Some will call it an indexed rate of return. looking at the class return relative to the overall.
Okay. And then just as a comparison, if we looked at the next rate, the irrigation rate, they're paying 846%.
Yeah, yes, their rate of return is 19.82, which over the 2.34% gives you that relative rate of return of over 800%. So it's significantly above what the overall company rate of return is.
Okay. And if we wanted to look at the off-system transportation rate with that same information, and we go here, the relative rate of return on that is a negative.
Yes.
So if I was trying to organize these as a high, middle, low in my mind, with trying to, well, do you think that should be the goal of rate making is to try to have rates pay for, to implement rates that have each customer class pay their cost of service?
It is a goal of rate design, and in testimony, I talk about that it's one of the principles to follow, that there's a fairness that goes along with it, but it needs to be balanced against gradualism as well, or abrupt rate changes.
Okay, so if you have a class, a residential class, they're paying 85%, right, of their cost of service according to this fully allocated cost of service study. Okay, but then the rate 30, they're paying way more than their cost of service, right?
Yes.
At 846%. And then you go over here to the off-system transportation rate, and they're paying way less than their cost of service, right?
Yes.
Minus 183%. So for the record, explain to me this this concept.
So equalized rate of return is if each rate class were to have a rate of return that is equal to what the company's rate of return. So in that previous table just above, you saw that there were these variations. In this case, the question would be, well, what set of revenues would be needed for each of the classes to be able to achieve the overall company rate of return? And so that's why on the second line, instead of being differences among each of the classes, there's a consistency of that rate of return at 738 is the same for all the rate classes. And so from there, you can see a couple of lines down in terms of what the revenue deficiency would be, and then the resulting increase that would be needed in order to achieve that equalized rate of return or achieve those cost-based rates. And so if we look over at some of the rate classes that you identified, those that had rate of returns that exceeded the company rate of return in the earlier table, they would experience a rate decrease, and in this case on the order of 30%.
Mhm.
If we were to flip onto the next page and look at 61 and 70, for example, you'd see very large increases that would be needed in order for those rate classes to achieve that company-wide equalized rate of return.
And so that gives you the base information looking at where you were and potentially where you could go when you're doing your rate design. But that's when you look at it, when you shake those numbers out, that's when you have to make some decisions, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. And there's really three pieces of data that we look at. It's one, what are the revenues that need to be generated from each rate class in order to achieve, as what's reported in this table, in order to achieve an equal rate of return or cost-based rate for each rate class. So that's one set of numbers. And that focuses in on the principle of fairness so that each class is paying its cost of service. There's a second set of numbers that we look at, which is to say, well, if we didn't care about fairness or paying cost-based rates, we only cared about gradualism. Then what we would do is take the overall company increase and just apportion that to each rate class based on that uniform increase. And we come up with a second set of numbers. And each number, in a sense, has a flaw, where in this case, we looked at, for example, 61 and 70, that would, in order to achieve cost-based rates, would result in a substantial increase in those rates. So it achieves cost-based rates, but it kind of violates that gradualism principle. On the other hand, we could just achieve the gradualism principle and everyone have a uniform increase, but we've done nothing to advance toward cost-based rates.
Right.
And so what we did in the direct testimony and we did in the stipulation, which is the same approach, same methodology, was to do a blending of the two and to advance toward that cost-based rates in a way that achieves gradualism as well.
Well, and let's look at that. Now, what it direct me to what exhibit to the stipulation.
Yeah. If you go to the second exhibit to the stipulation. Right there.
Okay. Okay, so this shows us the equalized rate of return, which was reduced. I think the application was 10% and the stipulation reduces this to 2.5%, correct?
Correct.
But does this exhibit show me where now, if we were to pull up our little chart, would anything be different?
only the amount of increase in the rates.
But it's not, are these rates designed so that there's going to be any movement toward paying the fully allocated cost of service?
Yes, there is movement in these rates. So column C reflects the results of the FACOs, basically that those revenues at cost-based rates. And of course, they've been adjusted for this stipulation. So instead of the amount in the company's application, they've been adjusted prorated, so it reflects a $30 million increase. But it's that
Right.
same relative difference across each of the rate classes. So column C is, if you wanted to design cost-based rates, you'd use column C. Column D
Right.
is if you wanted to have just an equal percentage increase. Each class gets the 13.9. That's what column D represents. And what we've done in terms of this stipulated rates is take a blend of the two. So essentially, you're moving 2.5% toward column C and 97.5% in D to come up with column D, which is the stipulated base rate revenues.
Why do we have two column Ds?
That's a great question. Yeah, it is a typo there.
Okay.
Yeah, apologies for that. But that D is the blend of the equalized rate of return set of revenues for each class and those revenues at the equal percentage increase. That's what's reflected in the second D prime column. And then column E, just to round it out, is the difference between the current and the second D, which is the proposed increase by class. And then you can see in column H, what that reflects is that percentage increase over the current rates. And this is probably one of the key charts in terms of that gradualism, to look at what the class increase is relative to the overall increase. And I know in the stipulation testimony, there's a table in there that goes through that comparison. So if we did the stipulation based on 100% equalized rate of return, what would those increases look like by each class? And then there was a second column that looked at 10%, which was the application proposal, and then the third that looked at the 2.5%. And it's that relative difference of each class's a change to the overall company change that ended up driving toward this proposal of the 2.5%.
But while I can look at the numbers, well, I can look at the numbers that you've explained for the different approaches in C and D, what was ultimately agreed to in the second D, in E, I can look at stipulated revenue increase. I'm still not gonna know where, for example, under TSL 2, where I could look at the test period present rates for residential rate 10 and say, okay, that's 85, the relative rate of return is 85%, or they're paying 85% of their cost to serve based on the fully allocated cost of service study that was presented. I can't look at I can't look at stipulation exhibit 2 class revenue targets and tell that, can I?
Well, there's a few calculations that get you there, but here's another way to look at it. If you look at, for example, the 4 classes that we talked about that had some large differences between that relative rate of return. So if we go back and look at rate 30 and 31, for example, if we just look at this chart, we can see that the overall increase is 13.9%, but those classes are getting less than that. They're getting 12.6% because currently they're paying more than their cost of service. So the increase is affecting them less because of this movement toward cost-based rates. On the other hand, if we look at 61 and 70, for example, their increases are larger than the average, which is they're at 16.5 and 17.4 versus the 13.9. So their increase is higher than the average to move them toward a cost-based rate, as the 30 and 31 is lower in moving them to the cost-based rate. So that's where that blending approach of looking, of gradualism, but at the same time moving toward this cost-based rates, both of those things are embedded in the analysis.
Right. So for example, if I wanted to look at rate 70, the off-system transportation rate is getting a higher, as you indicated, a higher than the average, the 13.9.
Yes, that's right.
Increase. They're getting a 17.4. But if you look at the stipulated base revenue increase, I mean, they're only paying what, $344,000 more?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you look at the 17.4, I was just checking to confirm the calculation, the 17.4 divided by 13.9, they're paying 1.25% more, or higher increase relative to the overall system. And so that's one of the things that's looked at in balancing that gradualism, is to what extent does that increase need to be higher, or to balance it being higher relative to the rest of the system.
Okay.
The other thing I would just note, and again, looking at this chart, is I know we've focused on 30-31 and 61-70, but this is a good chart just looking at all the relative revenues. When you look at those classes, they just generate a lot of, very little revenue in terms of the, overall company cost of service. And if you take residential rate 10 and the small, medium, and large, 54, 56, and 58, those combined are in the neighborhood of, 97, 98% of the overall revenue stream for the company. So although going back to that figure 1, you see a lot of significant differences in some of those smaller classes. It's not driving the overall company revenues as much as the 4 classes that I mentioned.
Right.
And because of that, because it's a small class, you could either add a customer or remove a customer, or a customer could change their consumption, and it could create some large differences in that. So there's a little bit more volatility around some of those returns than you may find with some of the larger classes that have more stability associated with them.
Okay. Okay. I'm mixing your TSL2 with stipulation exhibit 2 and then the bench request. I've got them all taped up. Okay.
I always think that's the best way to do it, by the way, is just print them out, tape them together, and try and arrange it.
Well, and that's what I was trying to do. And I don't want to forget about that while you're here, is to make sure that that I get in, I believe that New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 18. Oh, that's to the second one. This must, believe, pull it up. Don't want through. What I put in the Dropbox as Commission Exhibit 2, which you see on the screen, hopefully,
Yes.
was my March 5th bench request. And I just wanted you to explain I was having fun when I was in front of my computer at home. I just kept calling it EOR. If you remember EOR.
Oh, yes.
And you responded to that bench request, correct, sir?
Yes, I did.
And essentially, what you have in the bench request table is what you just discussed in your testimony, when the 2.5 that the stipulation agreed upon, correct, sir?
It is, and I'm glad you brought this up. So earlier, I had mentioned about looking at the class increases relative to the overall system increases, particularly for the 61 and 70. And I think this table illustrates it well, where with that 100% equalized rate of return, those cost-based rates, you can see that the 70 would be, over 10 times that increase, the 155 over the 13.9. You can see it's a little over 2 in the case of the 10% equalized rate of return. And that seemed to exceed that gradualism. And that's where the 2.5% came in with the 17.4 over the 13.9, which is that 1.25. So that increase is 25% greater than the overall average, as opposed to a 2x or a 10 plus x.
Right. Can you give me an explanation for why the minus rates are where they are?
It would really go back to some of the drivers within the cost of service. The three primary drivers would be, what the revenues are today, what the expenses are that are being allocated to the class, and most importantly would be the rate base. So it'd be a function of looking at what the meters and services, which is a direct connection to those customer classes, and then their allocated piece of mains, for example. Where you find a lot of variability, for example, in some of these would be if there's not much use, let's say in the peak period, within that December through March period, a class could have, not as much cost allocated to them. And so that their revenues could be exceeding that cost in a way that would support a decrease like this. And then conversely, the same could be happening on the increase side. And you can see the residentials for the most part in all of these, and we saw it earlier, are almost spot on in terms of that overall cost of service.
Right.
So that, which makes up, somewhere in the order of 75% of the revenues. So they're pretty much aligned with that cost of service, where it's reflecting what those key drivers are, whether it's meters, services, or the transmission and distribution mains.
So you think this potentially the seasonal nature, for example, of rate 30?
I'd have to dig into it a little bit more, but it could be a driver, particularly if it's more of summertime usage that's going on, where a lot of the distribution main cost is being allocated to that to the system peaks, both on the transmission side and the distribution side. That those mains, that investment, it's in place to be able to serve in part that winter peak. And so to the extent that there are classes that are not using as much on that system peak, they would be allocated proportionally less cost, which could drive some of the decreases, or support driving some of the decreases.
Any corrections, additions, or deletions for your answers in the March 5th bench request?
No.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell me about the questions that were asked? Any other explanation?
No, I think it was provided us an opportunity to explain more what's important about that table is the question of where did the 2.5% come from? And I think that's the key thing about that table. If you go back and have a question about, well, how did they go about developing that 2.5%? This table, I think, really draws that out and illustrates it.
Okay. Very well. Do any of the parties have any questions that they would like to ask, or any objection to the introduction of Commission Exhibit 2?
Company has no objections, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not hearing that anybody has a question or an objection, so I am going to admit what I put in the Dropbox as Commission Exhibit 2, and that's the gas company's response to the hearing examiner's March 5th bench request. And then okay. And then additionally, what I labeled and put in the Dropbox as Commission Exhibit 1 is a third bench request that I know it's confusing, isn't it? It's Commission Exhibit 1, but it's the third bench request that I issued on March 18th. Still trying to figure out what was going on with one of the rate design charts. And you responded to that
Yes.
also.
Yeah. And then the second one, where it looks at the bill impact analysis, this is what I mentioned at the beginning in terms of calculating that distribution only and transmission only bill impact. That we made a correction to that calculation.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Lyons, was the Was the hashtag capital R, capital E, capital F that I was pulling up? Was that an error in the document, or was that an error in Elizabeth you trying to utilize Excel?
No. It was one of the input fields was missing, and so it ended up just needed to get refreshed.
Okay. Very well. Is there anything else that I need to know about your response to the third bench request, or any correction, addition or deletion in your response?
No, it's all good.
Okay. Is there any objection or any questions regarding Commission Exhibit 1?
No objection from the company.
I'm not hearing any objection or any questions that need to be asked. So I'm going to admit Commission Exhibit 1, which is gas company's response to the third bench request that I issued. And oh, I don't think I have it on my flash drive. I don't think this one was you. Nope, I think that's Mr. Buchanan. So I'll wait on that one. Back. I believe, Mr. Lyons, this is. I think this is the one that's being worked on. Potentially. Did you compile this exhibit?
I did not.
Okay. So then it's probably Mr. Buchanan that's working on this one?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Really 2, 3, 4, and 6 in the stipulation.
Okay. All right. Let's go out of that. Let's go. So in trying to understand the different costs allocated to the different customer types, is this what TSL 7 shows me?
Yes, so it's a subset of the FACOs, and what this looks at and examines is the classification step. So if you look at any FACOs, right, there's the 3-step functionalization, things like transmission, distribution, customer functions, classification, and in this case, it's trying to identify what are the costs that vary, for example, based on the number of customers, and that's what this schedule is. Or there's other schedules that what costs vary based on demand, and then a third would be what costs vary based on throughput or deliveries. And so, for example, the commodity cost, the methane itself, that's a cost that would vary based on deliveries or throughput. Mains cost or demand cost, that would be on the peak day. So if a customer is using more on the peak day or when it really gets cold, those are costs that would vary based on demand. In this case, it's looking at what are the costs that vary when you add a customer. And so what we've done here is looked at things that have the direct costs, for example, like the main services and meters. So you add a customer, there's a meter and a regulator that's going to be there. There's going to be a service line that goes from the main into the building. There's a study that we did that looked at distribution main, for example, and said, well, what portion of distribution main is customer related? So how much of that pipe is, or how much of that cost is related to extending the distribution system out to the customers, and how much is related to serving that design day or that peak day? So all of those customer-related factors go into this study so we can look at what that net plan investment is and how it's been allocated to each of the rate classes. You can see that's that total of $416 million of which 364 million would be related to residentials. There's some deducts in terms of ADIT and rate base and so forth to come down to a rate base total of 368, almost 369 for total company that's related to customer related, 331 of which would be residential. And then it breaks down the different O&M expenses. Again, as you're allocating main services meters, there's O&M that's related to it. So it's going through all those different categories and looking at how those were apportioned to the residential class versus the other class and totaling those up. So you can see those total expenses around 83.1, of which almost 70 million would be related to the residential. So it's taking all these, it's classifying them, identifying them as things that vary with customer costs, and then it's rolling it up and dividing it by the customer count. So you can see on the bottom line, it's just under $20 per customer would be that cost of adding a customer per month. Again, this data is used to help inform the rate design, much like the overall FACOS result says, well, how much should be apportioned to the residential, small, medium, and large commercial customers? What this helps with is to say, well, how much should be apportioned to the customer charge as opposed to the usage charges? So this provides, much like the FACOS does, in the chart that we saw earlier, that relative rate of return across the rate classes, this provides some guidance in terms of what that customer charge should be relative to the usage charges.
Okay. And let's look at this is not, it doesn't have the cover page and etc. But this is Exhibit 3 to Dr. Gigak's testimony. Are you familiar with this this interrogatory 3-5?
Yes.
And interrogatory 3-5 is referring to your TSL 8 and it talks about the rate 10 transmission charge and distribution charge and wanted you to explain why the increase approach was different than in the last rate case.
Yeah. And so
Correct?
Yes, I can't necessarily speak to what happened, exactly in the last rate case. But I can speak to what we looked at in this case. And that is, we just went through the customer. So when we look at the rate design, there's basically three components. There's the access fee, there's the transmission charge, and then there's the distribution charge. And so once the access fee has been addressed in terms of what that's going to be and what that increase is, the next step is to be able to adjust the transmission and distribution charges. And one approach would have been just to push through a uniform increase in each of them. So if each of those is, so if on the usage charges, we just needed to increase them by 10% or 15%, we could have just pushed through a uniform increase in both of those charges and just set the new rates based on that. What we were trying to do in this case is the FACOS actually gives us what the transmission cost of service is. So if we just single out that transmission service, which is, if you look at a net plant basis, I think transmission is probably 35% of net plant and maybe distribution somewhere around 50%. So both are significant aspects of the overall cost of service. So in this case, what we looked at was what the cost of service is, or the revenue requirement associated with transmission service, and then compared it to what are the revenues that are currently being recovered that are related to transmission. And as this response points out, we see that roughly 33% of that revenue requirement is related to transmission, but the current revenues are recovering more than that. It's that 37.8. So we didn't want to go all the way to the 37.8, again, thinking about some of the gradualism principles that we talked about earlier. So much like we did with a 10% movement on an overall basis, we nudged the transmission rates in this case a little bit lower in order to reflect the fact that the current rates are recovering more than that cost of service. So we nudge them a little bit in terms of that direction. So that's what this response is addressing.
And are all three components of the rates charged to each type of gas company customer?
Not necessarily. There are some customers that take transmission only service. There are others that take transmission and distribution, and there's others that just take distribution. And in fact, the schedule that we had talked about, that bill impact analysis, we flesh out in that bill impact analysis the portion of customers that are just distribution only and transmission only, and calculate that bill impact just for them.
And which schedule was that?
It was TSL 9.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, this one.
Yes. So the top portion represents those customers that are billed both transmission and distribution charges. And then underneath, there's two tables that look at the distribution only and then transmission only. And so you can see from this, there's roughly 15,000 customers, 3.4%, that are just distribution only, and just a very small fraction that would be transmission only. As you'd expect.
Can you explain that to me? How can you be a distribution only residential customer?
Yeah, the interstate pipeline, you would be served by a main that would be a distribution main, and it's coming from a gate station that interconnects to the interstate pipeline. So there's no transmission main that's involved.
Okay. And then how can you be a transmission only?
You know, a customer that would be tapped into the transmission line, whether there might be a farm tap that's off of that system that would that would provide that service.
Okay. Now, are all of the rate classes and all of gas company customers, are they all allocated an access charge?
Yes.
Could that be negotiated away in a contract situation?
I'm not sure how that, for a residential customer, for example, I'm not sure how that would work. Usually there's a set of tariffs, and a company would need to follow the set of tariffs. And of course, there's always opportunities for special contracts, but that would be something independent of the tariff itself.
Okay, and I wasn't limiting my question to rate 10. I was saying with any customer they have, in whether it's by contract or by rate class, do they have an access charge? And you said yes. And so then my question was, well, could it be negotiated away? Again, not just in terms of rate 10.
I think that would depend on the provision of the special contract.
Okay. And then you're showing different other customers that are just that are both or are transmission and or distribution.
Yes, and you can
Okay,
see
that's
that,
helpful.
yeah, and you can see that as the customers get larger, there are more that are transmission only, given probably a need for some of the higher pressures.
Okay.
Those percentages are a little bit higher, and then
So you're not including all the rate classes in here?
no, we didn't in the application. I believe there was a data request, and we subsequently provided all of the rate classes in a bill impact analysis. Yeah, that's a table that looks at the full array of different types of monthly usage that a customer could have. So instead of having a pinpoint estimate that says a customer is going to use X amount each month, we know that their usage is going to vary. We know in the summertime, usage is going to be very low, and in the wintertime, it's going to be very high. So what we wanted to do was provide a full array of what those impacts would be across a full array of usage. So we looked at an average summer or off-peak bill. We looked at an average winter or peak bill, and then we looked at kind of an average monthly bill across the year.
And tell me again, for example, under this rate 58 large volume general service transmission only, you're saying 4 customers are 50% of what?
Of the total number of customers in the class.
Okay.
That, yeah, based on the records that we had
Okay.
for this data. This is the core of this. If you go up to the residential, it's probably easier to see there. The core of this is what we're trying to do is for each of these usages, starting at, let's say 10 therm, I'm on line 18, all the way down to 250 therms on line 27, is to say, well, those numbers are great, right? It gives us a full array, but how many bills are actually represented by these therm levels? And so we had compiled some bill frequency data to be able to look at this. And if you go to the top table, it's easier to see on the transmission and distribution. So lines 2 through 11. So this is saying that it's roughly 1% or 1.8% of the bills use 10 therms or less, 12%, 25 and less, and so forth. So it gives us a sense of where the majority of the bills fall during the course of the year and what those impacts would be associated with them.
So then, for example, in this, only 1.8% of the bills for a total year under rate 10 are 10 therms or less.
Yes.
And this is a monthly number, not an annual number, right?
It's a monthly number, yes.
So are these cumulative then?
They are, yes. I should have mentioned that.
I was going to say, how can there be 90,
Yeah.
93 and 98 and okay.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
apologize for that. Yes, it's cumulative.
Okay, so then the point I think that NEE witness Sandberg was making about notice is that 42.3% of the monthly bills are 45 therms or less. Right?
Yeah, I think so. It's because of the seasonality of the usage. I think what a table like this shows is either customers are on the low end, it's kind of the summertime and there's not much usage, or they're on the high end, it's in the middle of the winter time. And so there's very few times that they would migrate around that midpoint. One of the reasons that we use the average is to be able to get alignment between that average bill to what's happening with the rate class as a whole. So that if the rate class is going up by X%, you can look at an average bill at that same amount and be able to see that same number. If you say, well, the class is going up by X%, but you look at a summertime usage, for example, there's going to be a mismatch between those two numbers. Or if you look at winter consumption, there's going to be a mismatch. So the benefit of using that average use is that you're getting a number that's fairly close to what it is for the entire class. Again, you know, it's not just having that single data point, it's having an array like this where you see different consumption levels, as well as looking at the off-peak and peak impacts, which are also on that table below. So it's providing a number of data points to be able to get a sense of how consumption is going to vary depending on the size of the customer, depending on the time of the year, depending on what the gas costs are, and so forth, to flesh that out a little bit rather than just provide a single data point.
Okay. Well, you know, on that note, then as far as the stipulation agreement to present more than one data point in the notice, having a low and a middle and a high, yeah, you would agree then that having more information is going to be better for the consumer if they read the notice to be able to put in context what the increase might be.
Yes, yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay. Well, did you sponsor something called Q5?
Let me check.
I'll look for that, Mr. Lyons. Because I've got myself a note. But I'm not exactly sure where it came from. So I think now might be an appropriate time for us to take our luncheon break. And I'm sorry to do this, but I still have questions for you. So I'm going to have to ask you to just stay tuned after lunch for a little while, because I've got to hear from a couple of other witnesses, and then I'll come back and ask you some more questions. There's
Okay.
no objection to that. And I would just remind people again that we're going to break here now. It's 12:30. We'll break for lunch till 1:30, and then we'll come back and we'll hear. I've got a few questions for Dr. Gigax, and then a few questions for FEA witness Reno, and then I'll get back to you, Mr. Lyons. Thank you so much. And hello there, Mr. Elliott.
Hello, Madam Hearing Examiner. I just want to confirm. So Dr. Gigax, upon our return from lunch.
Yes, sir. 1:30.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Thank you all. Mr.
Madam
Gould?
Hearing Examiner, I have to be gone part of the afternoon, so I will agree with the usual procedure that I won't
Okay,
have any input on procedural matters and other matters that may come up. Thank you so much.
thank you. Anything other procedural that we need to talk about? No? Okay, very well. Thank you all very much. Remember your YouTube, and we are recessed until 1:30. Thank you. Okay. I believe we are ready to return from our luncheon recess. And Melissa, are we good?
Yes.
Very well, thank you. Let's go back on the record then. Remind people that we are YouTubing, and pursuant to the agreement to accommodate the witness scheduling, we are now going to have formerly known as New Mexico Attorney General's Office, now known as the Department of Justice witness, Dr. Gigax. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent. Melissa, would you please swear the witness?
Yes. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Elliott.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Gigax.
Good afternoon.
Do you have what has been marked NMDOJ Exhibit number 2 in front of you?
Yes, I have the my direct testimony and the supplemental testimony. Which one is Exhibit 2?
Well, let's start with Exhibit number 5. That is your supplemental testimony.
Okay, yes, they're both in front of me.
Okay, good. And can you would you please identify that for the record?
That is my testimony in support of the uncontested stipulation.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I have to apologize. Did we want let me just continue. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Dr. Gigax, and did you prepare NMDOJ Exhibit number 5?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have any corrections to it?
Yeah, one minor correction on page 8, line 17. It shows a 0.98%. I meant to take it out of decimal form. That should read 98% instead of 0.98%.
And this is on page 8?
8, line 17.
Got it. Okay. And are there any other corrections?
No, that's the only one.
Okay. And is this testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Madam Hearing Examiner, I tender the witness.
You want to offer the exhibit?
Oh, yes, I do. I do. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to move NMDOJ Exhibit number 5 into the record.
And Mr. Elliott, was the version of NMDOJ Exhibit 5 that was placed in the Dropbox? Did it contain the correction on page 8, line 17?
It did not contain the correction.
Okay. I'm going to need for you to have that corrected and email that to me, and I'll put it in the Dropbox.
Absolutely. Would you like it to be redlined? Or do you
No.
want just the revised version?
No, you can, since the parties are here and heard the one minor correction, I think, unless there's an objection, you don't need to redline it, just have the corrected version. You know, entitle it corrected version.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Gigax, if you were asked the same questions, would you give the same answers or would you have different ones?
Yes, ma'am, I would have the same answers.
Okay, very well. Any objection to what's been identified as AG DOJ Exhibit 5, Dr. Gigax testimony in support of the stipulation as corrected by him here today? Hearing no objection, AG DOJ Exhibit 5 is admitted. Mr. Elliott?
I tender the witness.
Let's get his direct testimony in.
Okay, I didn't know if we had stipulated to that yesterday. Apologies.
Yeah. Yep.
Mr. Gigax, do you have what has been marked as NMDOJ Exhibit number 2 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and would you identify that?
That is my direct testimony submitted on February 21st, 2024.
And do you have any changes to that testimony?
Yes, I apologize. I have one minor edit on page 13, line 5. The band of 75% / 150% should be 60% at 60% / 190% I apologize for that oversight.
Why are we changing that, sir?
Because the 75/150 was a relic from a previous version, and
Okay.
I had forgotten to change it. I apologize.
Is the conclusion at the end of that next sentence, the 11.56, is that still correct based on that change? Okay.
Yes, yeah. Everything else is the same.
Okay. Very well. Go ahead, sir.
And Dr. Gigax, if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'd like to move what is marked NMDOJ Exhibit number 2 into the record.
Dr. Gigax, you had some attachments to your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those prepared by you or under your direction and control?
Yes, they were prepared by myself.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I noticed with regard to DM or NMDOJ Exhibit 2, that wasn't the complete document, was it?
No, it was just the response to that one particular interrogatory, and it also included an exhibit by New Mexico Gas Company, and that's given on the next page.
Okay. And I think that the same goes for for your exhibit DG3. That's not that wasn't the total response, was it?
That was the total response to that particular interrogatory.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as NMDOJ Exhibit 2, Dr. Gigak's direct testimony as corrected by him here today? Hearing no objection, AGDOJ Exhibit 2 is admitted. Also, you need to send me the corrected version of that so I can put them in the Dropbox.
I will do so.
Very well. Okay, Mr. Elliott, anything further? You're
No,
past your witness now.
I pass my witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gigax, I have a few questions for you. And just to clarify for the record, your task in this case was to review some of the revenue allocations, and then also look at the you say the rate elements, proof of revenues, and bill impacts for residential and small general service rate classes. Correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And in your summary, beginning on page 5 of your direct testimony, you talk about what was proposed in the fully allocated cost of service. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And on page 7, where it says comment on the classification and allocation methods gas company used, it's not really a question, but at line 16 and 17, you answer beginning on line 18 of page 7. I had no problems with the classification and allocation methods chosen by gas company in the fully allocated cost of service. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if you've been listening. We had time to do that, but I seem to be getting a difference of opinion on, and perhaps it's what we might aspire to, or what happens in actuality. But are you familiar with this? This is from Mr. Lyons' testimony. And,
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you've seen that before.
Yes, ma'am.
And basically, Mr. Lyons told me this morning, he clarified that my understanding, I guess, was correct in that the red line on this summary of the FACOS represents payment of the cost of service for a particular rate class, and that any of the rate classes that have their little blocks under that red line are not truly paying for their cost of service, and the ones that are above the red line are paying for their cost of service. Is that how you would interpret this figure?
Yes, if a block is below that red line, then strictly speaking, what that means is that that class's rate of return is below what would be the overall system average of what is 2.3%.
And
So in a
if,
sense, they're below their cost of service, yes.
okay. And isn't the goal of trying to have or isn't one of the main goals of rate making trying to set rates so that each customer class that the cost to serve them is recovered?
That is that is one goal, one objective, typically viewed as the a primary objective. There are other policy objectives, as what witness Sandberg pointed out yesterday, such as gradualism, avoiding rate shock, these kinds of things. But the purpose of the, as I see it, the purpose of the fully allocated cost of service study is to provide a benchmark for which the proposed revenues are compared to in terms of their contribution to cost of service. I think an important issue that Mr. Sandberg brought up yesterday is that different interveners can have different versions of what is the quote true cost of service, depending on which particular allocation methodologies that they decide to use. And reasonable people can disagree on that. And how I like to see cost of service then is really there's a zone of reasonable outcomes, a zone of reasonableness in terms of the what the cost of service is. But to say that there's only one is, I think, a little misleading. But I think the overall benchmark, regardless of which set of allocation methodologies you choose, is to establish a benchmark for which the proposed revenues are compared to. Um, I don't believe we ever truly get fully to cost of service because there are other reasonable policy goals that commissions typically look at. So, but this is typically the starting point.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
No, it totally does, and it's a nice segue into my next question, where you on page 14 of your testimony, a question posed at lines 3 and 4, what was gas company's process in the design of residential service base rates? And you're answering, referring to Mr. Lyons' testimony, and then you say at line 8, going on to line 10, the company, however, proposes a lower access fee of $15.50 to address bill continuity concerns among low use customers. That's your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And so can you just tell us for the record what a bill continuity concern is?
Oh, bill continuity, effectively, that's the term that the company used. That how I interpret that is stability, that there aren't any major increases or jumps in a customer's bill. So that's another phrase for rate shock.
Okay.
Our bill continuity is the lack of a rate shock.
Right. And so to me, that kind of segues into your testimony, that the FACOS is the starting point, but that there are other policy considerations. And rate shock is one of those policy considerations, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Or avoidance of rate shock.
Yeah.
What other policy considerations? I mean, I'm assuming from your testimony that I just read on page 14, that the commission wants to address or should address in its rate design considerations for how certain economic classes might be impacted with the rate design. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And are there other policy considerations the commission should be thinking about?
Yes, I would add that there's two steps here. There's the step of allocating cost to the different classes, and then once that's done, then there's the issue of rate design. So cost allocation across classes deals with the potential of subsidies across classes, and then rate design within a class deals with how it's going to impact one segment of that class versus another. And bill stability or avoidance of rate shock is one that's typically applied to the class cost of service allocation. But in terms of the rate design, you also look at such goals as incentivizing conservation, incentivizing energy efficiency, avoiding undue harm on low volume users, and as well as low income households, although those two aren't perfectly aligned. So that would be a rate design issues.
Okay. And I don't know if you were listening earlier, but the last question that I asked Mr. Lyons about before lunch actually referred to your exhibit DG3.
Yes, ma'am. I was listening to that.
And I found that very interesting. And I note that you, on page 15 of your testimony, you're still answering that same question about gas companies' rate design for residential rate 10. But you say at beginning at line 2, when asked in discovery to explain its approach toward designing these volumetric charges, gas company responded that the FACO study showed that current transmission charge recovers more than the transmission cost of service, while the distribution charge recovers less than the distribution cost of service. As a result, the proposed transmission charge reflects a lower percentage increase than the proposed distribution charge. And then you cite to that interrogatory. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that typical, based on your knowledge and experience, that that the transmission charge recovers more than the distribution charge?
I can't really speak to what in general across gas companies.
Okay.
I know that in gas companies' previous case, I believe that was switched, but I felt that the explanation there in that interrogatory was sufficient for me to think that what they did in terms of the determining the transmission charge and distribution charge was reasonable. Another reasonable approach could have been to not increase the transmission charge at all and have all of the increase in the distribution charge. But then again, the issue of rate shock in terms of that particular rate, that would lead to a very large percent increase in that particular rate. And the company apparently wanted to avoid that. And I think that was a reasonable approach.
Okay. And does well, I'm assuming that I had just heard from Mr. Lyons. I believe what I heard him testify to was that the transmission cost or the transmission allocation was 35% of the plant, and that distribution was 50% of plant. Did you hear that?
Yes, I just caught that.
So that particular allocation also has to do with the revenue stream and how the rate is going to be calculated, right?
Yes, I would think that would also be factored in.
Did those percentages surprise you, or?
No, not for a local distribution company. That's pretty much on par with the asset spread that I've seen for other local distribution companies. Particularly though I've worked with the Las Cruces utilities and quite a bit, and that's very similar to theirs.
Okay.
Because it's primarily in the business of distributing, so their distribution assets will be significant.
Okay. And I just was hoping for a little explanation on page 16 of your testimony. And I had asked Mr. Lyons, I'll just pull that up. And I'm looking at page 16 of your testimony where you're looking at the full cost of the access fee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you reference TSL 7, sorry. And so I've got that up on the screen, and you say that in your answer that they proposed a increase to 1550, which was a 25% increase from the 1240. Gas company estimates that a full cost residential customer charge would be one that recovers 100% of the customer related costs, would be 1971. So that's what is at the very bottom of that page, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then the next line you say, gas companies proposed 1550 charge is therefore at 78.6% of the estimated full cost, while the current 1240 is customer charge, which they also call that access fee, right?
Yes.
Is at 62.9% of full cost. So how I can see where they have what I thought was the full cost to add another customer. But how did you extrapolate? How did you extrapolate the percentages on the 1240 for customer costs? I thought this was all the costs, including transmission and distribution and access. Is that not correct?
If you look at that TSL 7, page 1 of 2 that you have on the screen, if you look at the very upper left-hand corner, the title there is Calculation of Customer-Related Cost to Service.
Okay.
So when you classify costs, you have customer-related cost, demand-related cost, usage-related cost, and the customer-related costs are what's being calculated here in this particular exhibit. So those are the costs that are only sensitive to attaching a customer and not sensitive to usage and not sensitive to load. All right. So if a customer's usage goes down or up, or their load goes up or down, those customer related costs aren't going to change. And that's what's being calculated here.
So then this TSL 7 is basically just for the access or customer charge.
Correct. And those estimates in the case of residential, for example, of 1971, those would be the access fee if, and only if, 100% of those costs were in fact recovered through the access fee. Typically, that's not the case. Typically, the access charge or customer charge, whatever you want to call it, is below that. So that means that those costs then would have to be recovered through the volumetric charges. Those are the only rate elements left.
So then when I was speaking with Mr. Lyons earlier and we were looking at the numbers under the numbers that represented the FACO summary, and the residential rate 10 showed up to be approximately at, I guess at present rates, to be 85%. That included both the customer and the volumetric?
Excuse me, Madam Air Examiner, what was the 85% in reference to?
I'm going to show you.
Okay, thank you.
Right here. This is TSL2. Okay. So when I was asking him questions about how to quantify where each of the, how to quantify his FACOs. And so basically he was pointing me to this second column, the second group here, test period present rates. And if you go over here to residential rate 10 and you look at the relative rate of return, look at the rate of return, which is 1.99. He said if you divide that into the 2.34, I guess, which was the system or total, then that gets you 85%. So to me, that meant that the residentials were paying 85% of their cost of service. Does that seem right to you?
Yeah, let me clarify one thing. as long as those class rates of return are positive, then what that means is that the class, through the revenues that they pay, are covering all the expenses, which would also include annual depreciation expense. And then they're also contributing something to the rate of return, or the return on rate base. Okay, so
Okay.
so the question is, in what's really being shown here is how much of the rate of return, the return dollars on rate base, is that particular class contributing. And again, as long as that is positive, they are in fact covering all their expenses, all their costs, including depreciation expense. So they would be recovering all their customer related cost. It's just that they're not contributing to the return on rate base to the same degree as what the company is seeing overall. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but so does that mean you disagree that 85% represents that that's where they would be in the in the chart as being below the line of covering their fully allocated cost of service?
Yeah, no, that is correct. I would agree with what you just said there.
And so back to my question, now that we have this up, your testimony about just about the access or customer charge was the TSL 7 that we looked at, but here in TSL 2 with this representation, are these numbers including both the customer or access charge revenues and volumetric revenues?
Yes, that's how I interpret that. Okay, so those are the actual revenues at current rates, and that would include the revenues from access charge as well as volumetric charge.
Okay. So let's look at where we are now. I mean, you had some agreements and you had some disagreements with gas company's proposal, correct, sir?
Yes.
But in your stipulation testimony, so now let's go to I think that's where we need to be. This is stipulation exhibit number 2, entitled Class Revenue Targets.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
on page 5 of your stipulation testimony, which is AG/DOJ exhibit 5. the question posed at line 7 through 9, does the unopposed stipulation contain a fair and reasonable allocation of the proposed 2.245.9, assuming million, in rate-based revenues across the rate classes? And then at line 10, you begin your answer, yes, the stipulated allocation shown in stipulation exhibit 2, which is on the screen, reflects a gradual movement toward cost of service while avoiding a large base revenue percent increase to any one particular class. And that's your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you believe that the stipulation encompasses the goal that you've testified to of having a ratepayer pay the full cost of service, but it's been tempered by these policies that you've elaborated, like gradualism and trying to make sure that there's not avoidance of rate shock, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say reflects a gradual movement, I mean, is there any thought on, I mean, gradual could take 200 years, or gradual should happen in 10 years, or is there any academic thought on that?
No, that's a very good question. And some classes who feel they're the source of the subsidies refer to the pace as being at a glacier's pace. And I would agree with that. And I think that in my personal opinion, I believe that it is a target that's always moving, and it's one that we will most likely never fully obtain, nor is it necessarily important that we fully attain in light of other reasonable goals, and also in light of the fact that the interveners won't necessarily agree on what the cost of service is to begin with, as Mr. Sandberg pointed out yesterday.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's the nature of the beast. For some, it's going to be moving too quickly. For others, it's going to be moving too slowly. And I guess on average, we're happy, or the average person is happy, whoever that is.
Right.
But
So
it's always going to be, I think,
okay.
Tempered with these other objectives.
So it's all relative, depending on which seat you're sitting in.
Yes, but now I don't mean to say that it's not an important goal. It is. I mean, as Mr. Lyons pointed out, the notion of paying your full cost is historically always been viewed as fairness in the regulatory arena, and so it's something that we should take seriously. But I don't think we're ever going to fully obtain that.
Well, do you find it really interesting when you think about, for example, what kind of data you see for an electric company in an electric rate case? A company like Southwestern Public Service Company that doesn't have a very big residential customer base, and and then you know, within a year or two, now you're looking at gas company where, you know, where that's like the major component. And I just wondered in looking at such diverse customer bases, whether or not just the industry difference, but whether or not the customer base really affects how you look at these rate cases.
Yes, and you know, there are some similarities. What struck me is what struck me, frankly, was that across the different electric utilities and now the gas company, that the residential customer related cost came in at about $20. That was also the case in the SPS rate case, as well as the P&M rate case. So there's the residential customer cost. You also got a kind of a flipping. I always found it interesting in the gas companies cases that the residential class has been basically covering its cost of service. It's close to 100% of its cost of service, as Mr. Lyons pointed out earlier. But in the electric cases, the residential classes typically are always below their costs. So the issue in the electric cases is always the how much of the subsidy to the residential class should there be? How much of a subsidy to the residential class should there be? And then in this case, and in gas companies' previous cases, that wasn't an issue because the residential class was covering its cost of service. So,
is the converse true? I mean, we see, for example, in the electric, like you say, you know, it's the larger rate classes that are subsidizing the residential class. And I mean, is the same thing true here? Is the residential rate class subsidizing the some of the other rate classes?
well, based on the what was it TSL, which the one that showed the bars,
The FACOs?
yeah, and then also yeah, there we go.
Wait a minute, let me find it. I went out. Okay.
Yeah, that right there, that shows it pretty clear that the rate 61 and rate 70, rate 37, rate 39, they are based on this figure receiving subsidies, and that they're well below their cost of service. Rate 10, rate 58, basically at or close to their cost of service. And the big subsidy supplier, if you will, would be rate 30, 31, 72, and 114.
No.
Although, as Mr. Lyons pointed out earlier, the revenues actually received from rate 30 is quite small. But so this also would show the subsidy flow as well, this figure.
Okay.
And in the case of the electric cases, the residential class is typically always well below the system average.
Yeah, like I say, I just find it interesting. I just wonder when you have these not only different type of utility provision of service, but the disparity in the types of rate classes I find are interesting. And then even if you wanted to compare P&M's customer base with another electric company like El Paso Electric or SPS, they're not the same.
No. That's correct.
It's kind of fun though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the differences and the data. I'm kind of a data geek, so um, I like to hold on to the data and notice the differences, and I would use them in class all the time before I retired.
I thought maybe you did. Um, and I'm wondering, page 9 of your stipulation testimony, you're answering the question posed at lines 14 through 15. Does the NMDOJ support the stipulated rate design for the residential rate class? And you begin your answer on line 16. Yes, the stipulated rates are consistent with the commission's longstanding policy of applying small increases to the residential fixed access fee. The stipulated rates are also consistent with gas company's proposal to increase the per therm distribution charge by a higher percentage than the proposed percent increase in the per therm transmission charge. And that's your testimony, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And I've heard that, I remember seeing in the testimony that, and it relates to your testimony in the interrogatory response, that one volumetric charge was recovering more of its cost than the other. And they were saying, so we're going to increase the one that is covering less of its cost more than the other. So I understand that. I also understand in the testimony that you have about the benefits, and some of the other witnesses, the benefits of having a lower fixed cost and its effect on lower income or lower use customers. But are there any other benefits from the type of rate design that's employed in the stipulation?
With excuse me, with a lower access charge, then again, for a fixed residential revenue requirement, with a lower access charge, the volumetric charges will be higher than what they would have been had the access charge increased.
Right.
And so with the increase in the volumetric charges, then that's a movement towards incentivizing conservation and
That's
energy
right.
efficiency. So that's, I think, the big zinger. The effect on the low volume user, all right, and to the extent that that's low income, that's another issue. The two aren't totally aligned. I believe I remember reading in Mr. Sandberg's direct testimony that he gave evidence that low income households consume on average around 87% of total households average use. All right, so 87% of total average use isn't what I would call low volume, but it's definitely below average. And I have never seen income and usage data for the gas industry before Mr. Sandberg's testimony, but I have seen quite a bit in electrics. And electrics tend to bear that out also, that low income households are not extremely low volume users. I mean, they're
Yeah.
definitely not high volume users, but they
Right.
tend to bunch close to average. And 87% of average, I would say is relatively close. I mean, it's depends on how you look at it, but
Okay.
the evidence Mr. Sandberg noted in his testimony is consistent with what I've seen in electrics.
And I had forgotten, I should have looked a little farther because I had noted your testimony on page 12, where you're answering the question posed at lines 8 and 9. Does the NMDOJ support keeping the residential access fee at 1240? And you answer yes. And then further down in that testimony, you say at lines 18 through 21, through the negotiation process, parties raised concerns regarding the advantages of lower residential access fee, and then in parens, and therefore higher per therm charges in paren, include incentivizing customers to conserve and to invest in energy efficiency and customer cited distributed generation. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
How have you ever compared energy efficiency as it relates to electric versus gas utilities?
No, I haven't, to be honest. My primary focus has always been in the electric industry. I have not really looked much at all at energy efficiency programs and issues in the natural gas industry.
Well, I seem to be more familiar with the electric offerings than the gas also, and I just wondered whether or not you thought that there was much since I think the testimony is that the majority of the gas is used, at least by residentials, for heat.
Mhm.
So you got that, that 4 or 5 month window for heat. And I just wondered what energy efficiency options might be available based on this particular type of rate design.
Yes, there's definitely there's overlap between the electric and natural gas in that particular area. For heating of the home, you've got insulation, uh, caulking your windows, double pane windows. These kinds of things that conserve natural gas for heating, but they also conserve electricity for cooling during the summertime. So there's overlap there. Natural gas programs to energy efficiency programs to when you look at heating water, all right, energy efficient hot water heaters, insulating, put blankets around your hot water heater. These kinds of things are what I am aware of.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, and I have to be able to find it. There we go. I'm looking at stipulation exhibit 3, which is the rate design. And that particular exhibit has, under proposed charge, it has what was stipulated to in column E.
Yes.
And looking through this, and I realize your task in the case was not inclusive of all rate classes. Was it, Dr. Gigax?
No, it was not. Just we just focused on the residential and small general service classes.
But with regard to the proposed, what you called customer charge or they called access charge, they actually are raising all the rest of them, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Well,
Not to
doesn't
full,
look like
not to full cost, but they are increasing them.
so. Do the observations about volumetric versus fixed translate to those rate classes if they ended up getting their access charge raised?
Well, with their increase in the access charge, the corresponding volumetric charges do not increase as much as they would have if the access charge would have stayed fixed for those classes as well. So that's
Okay.
that's the first issue.
Okay.
The concern about residential households was the primary concern in discussions with the settlement discussions. Without going into detail about the discussions, but the primary concern was the residential class, and particularly low volume and slash potentially low income households. So that's where the concern lied in. It didn't lie in the other classes.
Squeaky wheel.
Yes.
Very well. I appreciate it, sir. Let me just check one more note, sorry. That's all the questions I have for you, sir. Appreciate it. Any
Thank you.
questions? From the commissioners? And I don't believe so. Any redirect, Mr. Elliott? Any questions based on my questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the parties? No. Dr. Gigax, good to see you, sir. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and you have enjoy the rest of the day.
I hope
Yeah.
to. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything further right now, Mr. Elliott?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Okay. Just would really like if you can get those two exhibits emailed to me before the close of day would be good if you can.
I will do that.
Okay. Because I'm going to need to give them to Melissa.
You got it.
All right. Very well. Okay. Pursuant to our agreement, then we're going to have FEA witness Ms. Reno.
Thank you very much. Madam Hearing Examiner. This is Peter Meyer on behalf of the federal executive agencies. The
Very
FEA
well.
calls Maureen Reno.
All right. And good afternoon, Miss Reno.
Ms. Reno, you're still muted by my screen.
There you are. Hello there.
Yes. Hello.
Welcome. Melissa, would you please swear the witness?
Yeah. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reno, please state your name and employment.
My name is Maureen Reno. I am an economist and principal and founder of Reno Energy Consulting Services, LLC. In this case, I am representing the federal executive agencies.
Thank you, Ms. Reno. Do you have in front of you what's been marked FEA Exhibit Number 1?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that document?
Yes, that is my direct testimony in this proceeding.
And does that direct testimony include appendices, exhibits, and schedules?
Yes, it does.
Can you confirm that the direct testimony was prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or additions to make to your direct testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I ask you the same questions today as appear in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Is your direct testimony true and correct?
Yes, it is.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move to admit into the evidence FEA Exhibit Number 1, the direct testimony of Maureen L. Reno.
And Mr. Meyer, FEA Exhibit 1 was in fact the exhibit that was placed in the Dropbox.
Yes, ma'am.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as FEA Exhibit 1, Ms. Reno's direct testimony as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objection, FEA Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you.
Mr. Meyer?
Ms. Reno, do you have with you FEA Exhibit Number 2?
Yes, I do.
And could you identify FEA Exhibit Number 2?
Yes, that is my testimony in support of the settlement in this case.
And that testimony does not have exhibits or appendices. Is that correct?
That's correct. It does not.
Was your settlement testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or additions to make to your settlement testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is your settlement testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
I move to admit into evidence as FEA Exhibit Number 2, the settlement testimony of Maureen L. Reno.
Any objection to what's been identified as FEA Exhibit 2, Ms. Reno's testimony in support of the stipulation as verified by her here today? Hearing no objection, FEA Exhibit 2 is admitted. Mr. Meyer?
Ms. Reno is available for examination.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good
I
afternoon.
just have a few questions, and I'll start with your direct testimony. And in essence, your primary concerns, Ms. Reno, in the case had to do with the capital structure and the return on equity in the case?
Yes, that's correct.
So you didn't really deal with the revenue requirement or the rate design, correct?
No, I did not. Correct.
And ultimately, your recommended rate of return was 9.5, correct?
Yes.
And so did you look at the other ROE witnesses' testimony in the case?
Yes, I did. There was, I believe, a range between 8.5 and as high as 9.8, I believe, from offered by staff.
Uh-huh. So did you have any opinion of with the ranges that had been offered in the case between the 10.5 of the company being a high and the range low of 8.5 from NEE? Did you have any feeling of where your 9.5 was?
Well, I feel my 9.5 was reasonable, and also the settled ROE is reasonable as well because it falls within a range that I had set in my original testimony between 9 and 10%.
I'd like to look at, and it wasn't, just to characterize, it wasn't just the overall ROE number that you had issue with regard to gas companies. ROE recommendation, but you also took issue with some of the components in the way that gas company formulated its ROE, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Their witness, Mr. DeSantis, was recommending 10.5. And although he does provide an analysis using the discounted cash flow method, which has been commission precedent, he also relies on a series of other models that inflated his recommended ROA and thus led to 10.5%, which I feel is unreasonable because it fell out of my recommended range of 9 to 10%.
I also thought it was interesting you pointed out, for example, on page 27 of your direct testimony, that he used a non-utility proxy group, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen that before in a utility rate case where a ROE witness would actually utilize a non-utility proxy group?
Well, I'm familiar with Mr. DeSantis's work, and I know in other cases, proceedings in other jurisdictions where he's provided this testimony, he tends to rely on a non-utility proxy group. I can't recall other company witnesses doing the same. In the capital asset pricing model, a lot of the witnesses tend to focus, or also in the risk premium model, they tend to focus on expected returns from companies within like the S&P 500 utility index, which may include some companies that would be in your proxy group and some others that would be the closest I can think of. But typically to just include non-utility companies is not necessarily the norm.
Okay. And I want to ask you about went too far. Okay. So wanted to ask you about table 3, because I've looked at this before, and ask you how you define. You see the table 3?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How you defined actual ROE at year end.
Right. So this table was derived from a company response to, I guess now the New Mexico Department of Justice discovery request 110. And we have seen this table a couple times already, first presented yesterday. And so the actual ROE that I was referring to in my testimony using the same table and information is the regulatory ROE that would exclude goodwill and some below the line items such as advertising. And it's the best apples to apples comparison we have to compare to the allowed ROE. And the discussion yesterday, I believe that they had updated the last line item, instead of it being 12 months ended June 2023 for the complete year 2023, I believe they updated it to 9.2%.
And I seem to get I thought actual meant actual. And the idea that I got yesterday is that's not the case. Is that what you heard?
That's what I heard in terms of, I suppose what I should have labeled it as was the regulatory ROE. The discussion yesterday clarified that actual would be the gap ROE, which is very different. And usually there are some accounting methods applied to it, and then you're not really getting an apples to apples comparison. It becomes something else. I still feel that the numbers here are closer to an apples to apples comparison and something as a guidepost for the commission to consider when trying to assess whether the company has been under earning or over earning.
Well, and just to clarify the record, when you're saying gap, you're saying capital G, capital A, capital P,
Correct.
the generally accepted accounting
Yes.
procedures, principles. Okay. Yeah, and I'm just I'm just trying to understand because again, I thought actual meant actual. And so when I looked at this the first time, just as I said yesterday, I mean, it looked like to me in several years that gas companies been over earning. Isn't that what this indicates to you?
Yes, when you're looking at it, when you're looking at the regulatory ROE, for the majority of the years, the company has been over earning.
But with the way they explained it yesterday, they're not, according to that witness, right?
Right, if you're to compare the gap ROE to the allowed ROE. But then it's not a fair apples to apples comparison.
Well, it's in your testimony. Does it look like to you they've been over earning in those years?
Yes, it does.
And based on your knowledge and experience, generally what happens to a utility that's been over earning, that's a regulated utility.
Well, the commission has the wherewithal to call the company in for a rate case, or the company could file for a rate case, but when they're over earning, that typically doesn't happen.
Right.
If they're under earning, that's usually the case.
Yes. I guess I'm just trying to figure out, I don't know that you've participated in the other 3 rate cases in the past 4 or 5 years, have you?
No, I have not.
But you're aware that in 2018 they filed, and let's look at, come out of that and go back, and this is Commission Exhibit 3. This is a rate case comparison that I believe this is the corrected one that I put together based on an attachment to the last rate case certification. And that just shows you the last 4 rate cases. And
Right.
So based on this actual I don't know, did we miss something, Ms. Reno? When the commission was doing these cases? To have allowed revenue increases when the company was actually earning a return on equity of 9.8, 11.5, 9.7, and 9.6. Well, the 9.8 it was actually under. So just the 11.5, the 9.7, and the 9.6. What do you think? I can take it. I did the last rate case. You can tell me. Did I miss something?
No, I feel that the the allowed returns are fair and reasonable. And it's really up to company management to try to achieve the allowed return. It's within their power to do so. So I don't think the commission erred in these rulings.
I just want to go ahead and just look at your direct testimony at page 38. And you pose the questions at line 4 and 5. Does the gas company have any rate mechanisms that can improve cost recovery in between rate cases? And then you begin your answer at 6 through 13. And you're talking pretty much about the automatic adjustment riders or clauses, aren't you?
Yes. I'm
And
just trying to get to that screen. I'm sorry.
oh, okay. Sorry.
For some reason, this took over an entire screen. Just bear with me a second as I try to get to my testimony. So would you please refer me to the correct page?
Sure. I'm looking at your testimony on page 38.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
And I'm just basically summarizing that you're making the point that that gas company has several mechanisms for automatic adjustments or revenue recovery in between rate cases, other than rates, other than a rate base rates. Correct?
Yes. This section of my testimony is trying to address the risk or lack thereof that the company faces relative to the proxy group of companies that I use in my analysis. So typically within my analysis, I look at these, and in this case, on these pages, these revenue mechanisms.
So basically, because they have those, is part of the reason to influence your ROE or not have any adders, or both?
Well, I don't explicitly say that the company shouldn't have adders. I basically compare the company in question, in this case, the gas company, to the proxy group, and if I find that the various adders are not unique or are unique to the company relative to the proxy group, then that would reduce the company's risk and be reflected in my ROE.
And you performed more than one analysis on ROE, correct?
Yes, I did.
The DCF, the CAPM, and the ECAPM.
Yes, I did.
And in in your experience and in your work, I mean, I think the commission has primarily relied on the DCF here in New Mexico, correct?
Yes.
But in your work and experience elsewhere, especially with regard to utility commissions, is it your experience that they rely heavily on DCF, or do they use some other methodology or combination of methodologies?
It really depends on the jurisdiction. New Mexico is not alone in relying on the DCF almost exclusively. New Hampshire, Delaware are a couple that pop in my mind. Other jurisdictions will at least use the DCF, but also the CAPM, with the general consensus being, looking at multiple models. So what I tend to do is offer an ROE using the DCF, but I also use an average of all my models, and typically the numbers turn out to be relatively similar.
Okay. So it's not necessarily a bad thing then to rely on the DCF?
I've never been in a case where they excluded the DCF. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
It is the most widely used model because it's just more accurate. It reflects actual company management decisions and markets' responses to those decisions through stock pricing and dividend yields.
And the stipulated ROE, which is below your recommended ROE, but within the range, you testify in your settlement testimony that you agree that that you support it, correct?
Yes.
And initially, for a cap structure, you had recommended a 50-50 equity debt, long-term debt, correct?
Yes, I did.
And a 6.74 ROR, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know why some people call it an ROR and some people call it a WACC?
I tend to use both acronyms in my testimony because of that technicality. When you look at the math, it is actually a weighted average cost of capital.
Okay. It's hard sometimes if you give me too many choices. Okay, I can't remember them all, I like a restaurant that has two choices, right? You got 10, oh no, what am I going to do? So essentially though, even though the weighted average cost of capital is a bit higher in what was agreed to, and the cap structure isn't the same, you still felt like that it was fair.
Yeah, it was only a difference of 5 basis points, really, where I gave on the capital structure of the company, moved significantly on the ROE, and so the FEA felt like it was a reasonable outcome.
And what kind of, I don't remember, what kind of customer group does the FEA installations fall into?
I believe it's rate class 56 and 58, medium and large gas service to service
Okay.
the various facilities in the area.
Okay. And you also, again, agreed to the 5248 cap structure, and on page 3 at lines 11 and 12, you say it's a reasonable outcome. Why is it reasonable? Because it's actual, or it's well, from what I heard yesterday, it's not really actual, it's actually created. But why is it you think that cap structure is reasonable?
Oh, first of all, it's similar to commission precedent. As you pointed out in your table earlier, the capital structure that we agreed to in settlement was essentially the same that the company has agreed to before. And so in more of a general context of the settlement negotiations, I was willing to move on the capital structure away from what I was initially recommending. And the company was willing to move on its ROE. And so in the end, in a general sense, we reached a very similar weighted average cost of capital of only 5 basis points more than what I was recommending, and was really immaterial. So the FAA sees it as a reasonable outcome.
Okay. So, and I was asking him yesterday in terms of, so, when you look at what you had proposed and what you stipulated to, I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good that it was a win, right?
Definitely.
Okay. Well, that's fair. I think I understood the rest of your testimony, so I appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Mr. I don't think, doesn't look like we have commission questions. Mr. Meyer, any questions for Ms.
No,
Reno?
ma'am. I do not have any more questions.
Okay. Any parties?
Ms. Herrington, I have a couple of questions.
Okay. Where are you?
I
There
should
you
be-
are, Mr. Domi. You're right in the middle.
I'm right in the, are you on the gallery view, Madam Hearing Examiner?
I am.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
I have a couple of questions. Good afternoon, Dr. Reno. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
I just want to follow up on some of the questions that the hearing examiner asked you. So my understanding, I think you mentioned that that you support the 9375 ROE that was stipulated in this case, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said that when a company starts to earn less than its authorized ROE, it has a couple of choices. It can either continue to under earn, or it can come in for rate cases, correct?
That's correct.
And so I'm looking at your chart on pages 36 of your testimony, and I know that you were asked a lot of questions about this. This is the one about the actual ROE versus the allowed ROE. And there was questions about the company having over-earned, arguably over-earned back in 19, 20, and 21, correct?
Yes.
But it's clear from this table that the company is under-earned in 22 and in 23, correct? Because that 23 number gets corrected to 9.2% in 23, right?
Right.
And so when the company is under-earning, like it has been doing in the last 2 years, its option is to come in for new rates. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when the company, isn't it true that the company earns the most right after a rate case is filed, but then starts to decline in between rate cases, correct?
I think I think, Mr. Domi, you're expanding out what questions I asked, Ms. Reno.
Okay. I think that's all I have then, Ms. Herring.
Okay. Okay, very well. Anybody else have questions for Ms. Reno? Ms. Reno, am I, there we go. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and you're excused.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure.
Mr. Meyer, anything further from FEA?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I have 3:10. Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break? And when we come back, if gas company would have Mr. Lyons available to, got a few more questions for him. Thank you. Remember, Okay. How are we doing, Melissa?
Doing well, thanks.
Awesome. Great. Well, I think we're back from our recess. Our recess. It is a recess, but it's not like the recesses I remember. Oh, good. You came back, Mr. Lyons.
Yes, good afternoon.
Appreciate that. Oh, looks like the top of my head's just showing. I guess that's okay. There we go. All right, we are back from our afternoon recess. We are resuming the few questions for gas company witness, Mr. Lyons. Sir, I just remind you that you are under oath, and we talked about a lot of documents. I wanted to make sure I could try to understand in the first part of your testimony. And so now I just want to try to clarify some understanding of your actual testimony. And I want to refer you to pages 5 and 6 of your direct testimony where you're summarizing the questions posed on page 4. Again, not really a question. Line 6, please summarize your direct testimony. And you begin to do that. And I just want to hone in on at line 6 on page 5, you say the proposed base rates reflect 3 important rate design principles. And in item C, you say rate changes should be tempered by rate continuity concerns. And then on page 6 at lines 1 and 2, you say proposed transmission and distribution charges respectively better reflect recovery of transmission and distribution costs subject to bill continuity considerations. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
Are rate continuity concerns the same thing as bill continuity considerations?
In this context, I'm using it pretty much the same, yes.
Okay. And again, just for the record, will you just list some of those for me?
The bill continuity considerations?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's mostly to avoid, the impact of rate shock, where you have abrupt rate changes from one set of rates to the other. And it's doing what you can within the rates to avoid that.
Okay. But some of these other do the rate continuity concerns also, in your mind, include some of the things that, for example, that I just heard Dr. Gigax testify to about how when you're doing your rate design, you also want to look at not just the rate shock, but how it might specifically affect, say, like a low income or a low use customer?
Yeah, yes, I agree. He had listed a number of things to consider in rate design policies, including what we're talking about here, the gradualism, fairness. He talked a little bit about price signals. I think yesterday there was some discussion about simplicity, as well as another would be revenue and bill stability for customers. So all of those, including impact across a wide array of customers, certainly the low use, low income, as well as your industrial customers, all of those fold into considerations for the rate design.
And during the, so you heard Dr. Gigak's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And we looked at your figure again. You know, you should be getting royalties off. Of course, I keep using them, and you know, can't get them from me. Sorry. There we go. So we're back to our little chart. And
I still
Madam
see
Hearing Examiner, we don't actually have the chart up. There's just the picture, the wonderful picture of the alligator with the porcupine.
yeah, and you notice, because it's actually a little guy. You notice the fly there on his nose?
Oh, I had
Check
not
that
noticed
out.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was in Peru.
Did you take that?
I did many moons ago.
Oh.
Many moons ago. Okay, we don't have my Facos on. Why am I not? Because I chose the wrong screen to share. That's why. Okay, let's try this again. Here we go. How about that one?
perfect.
Okay. So I just wanted to, in looking at the different rate classes and your overview of the different rate classes, I just wanted to make sure that your testimony on pages 9 and 10, you have a figure 2 that has customers and deliveries, and you have percentages of customers. Is that correct, Mr. Lyons?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if I added the residential customers with the small general service customers, less than 200,000 therms, that would be like that's like 92.43% and 7.45%.
Right.
So that's like 99.88% of your customers.
Yes, that's right.
Is there a differentiation between, I'm looking at your testimony on page 13, when you're talking about the functionalization and assignment of costs, and you say at lines 10 through 13, actually 11, functionalized costs were classified into one of 3 cost drivers based on whether costs are related to serving peak demands, serving energy demands, or serving customer service requirements. Can you generally talk about the kind of costs that are incurred when you're serving a peak demand versus serving an energy demand?
Sure. So first of all, in the functional, there's 3 steps: the functionalization, classification, and then allocation. In the functionalization, what we're looking to do is identify the different types of assets or the different types of functions that are being performed. So earlier we talked about transmission, for example, and distribution. Those are two different functions because, as we saw earlier, it serves two different types of customers. So that's an example of a functionalization. Now that we've functionalized transmission main, for example, and separated that out, the question is, how do the engineers go in and design that transmission main? What's the key criteria that they use? And for the most part, it's to be able to design it to be able to meet that peak demand. So under the very cold, extreme winter weather conditions, making sure that that transmission line can bring gas into the distribution system, as well as ensuring that it's able to serve customers on a 365-day basis. So that's the classification of the transmission is strictly by demand. It's 100% demand. And I think this was talked about in that earlier conversation. When it comes to distribution mains, again, that's a different function. That's classified according to demand, similar to with transmission, but it's also classified as a component of customer, because not only is the distribution main designed to meet that peak demand, but it's also designed to be extended to be able to reach all 500,000 customers. So there's a second classification step that goes on. It's the classification for demand, but it's also for customer related. So there's that piece. And then once it gets functionalized, classified, and you have it, whether it's by demands or by customer, then it's the allocation across the different rate classes. And so things that would be classified as customer would get allocated on a customer basis, and those costs that are allocated or classified on demand would be allocated based on individual class responsibility toward those demands. Am I answering your question?
Yes, I think so. On page 19, the question posed at line 4, what was the approach to classify distribution plant? You indicate that you have changed the way that you classified distribution mains. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And why did you make the change?
For designing rates for a gas distribution company, there's the NARUC manual that goes back to 1989, and it's used by a lot of analysts. It's a very comprehensive piece of work, and they call out two different ways to classify distribution main. There's the minimum system, which is what was used last time. It's looking at the entire distribution and saying, what is the main that is most commonly installed today? And that would be a 2-inch plastic. And looking at the ratio of that 2-inch plastic to the total cost and saying that that represents the minimum system. There's a second way that the manual also describes, which is it's the 0-inch or zero intercept analysis. And what it does is it looks at the relationship between cost per foot and the diameter of the main. So you could go all the way from a 10-inch main down to a 2-inch main, and you see that there's a linear relationship between that cost per foot and the size of that. And ideally, what you'd like to do is take that relationship and bring it all the way down to a theoretical 0-inch size. And at that point, that main would be serving no demand, and you'd be able to identify what that customer portion is. There's pluses and minuses to both methodologies, and in this case, there was a fair amount of difference between the two. So I don't know, it's kind of a judgment call. It just seemed like these are both accepted approaches. They're getting a little bit different results, and so we just averaged them, and actually it came up with by averaging them, we came up with a number that was very close to what was achieved in the last case.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, because I know on page 23 of your testimony, you're talking about the gas company's recommendation regarding classification, and you testify at lines 12 through 14 that you're recommending classifying the distribution at 42.15% and I guess 57.85% demand.
That's right.
Is that correct?
That is.
So in answer to my question, why did you change?
Yeah.
You thought this is more, utilizing two different approaches is better than the just utilizing the minimum one you used before?
Yes, I generally, if the data is available, I generally run it both ways. There's pluses and minuses to both approaches. Generally, they're relatively consistent. In some cases, they've been almost identical. In this case, there is a little bit of a difference, and it just felt like averaging them would make the most sense.
And I guess I just wanted to ask you about if I was understanding when I was talking with Dr. Gigax, if I was understanding your exhibit correctly, because I thought I understood it, but then when I look at page 28 of your testimony about unit cost of service by rate class, that's a different number than that $19 and 10 cent that we looked at before.
Yes, that's right.
And can you tell me why are we looking at two different costs?
Yes.
Was that in 2 or 7?
7 is the customer related cost. The exhibit 7 is the derivation of the customer related cost. The figure 7 that you see here is looking at the total revenue requirement, and it's dividing it, in this case, by the number of customers on the residential side to come up with 388. And then when you divide it by the number of therms for that class, you come up with a 0.62. And it's one of the checks that we like to go through and just see, are the rate classes that are there, is there differentiation in terms of that cost to serve that class? And so you would, for example, if we just focus on the 4 largest classes, the residential class would be 62 cents a therm. That's what it costs to serve that class on average. And then you look at the small general service, it's 28%, so a little bit less than half. The medium, a little bit less than half at 13 cents. And then at the large general service, it's around 10 cents. And so in terms of that cost of service, there's a large differentiation between each of those classes, which means that there's, it makes sense to have customers in those separate classes. The alternative would be if it's all the same average cost, then there may be no reason to differentiate customers in those classes.
Well, and are we looking at?
Oh.
When we're looking at TSL 7 customer costs, up in the corner it says calculation of customer related cost of service, and you look down under residential rate 10 and you get down to the bottom and it says total monthly cost. $19.71, right?
Yes.
So that is gas company's total, according to its I guess according to its FACOS, that's what just the customer or access cost is. And is that correct?
Yes, it's that portion of the total cost of service, that portion of the FACOS that is driven by the number of customers, or that changes with the number of customers.
And I'm just trying to come up, I'm just trying to get a number. So then tell me, in your figure 7 on page 28, that's entitled unit cost of service by rate class. And then under rate 10, it says $388. So I don't know how that relates, or does it relate to the $19.71?
Yeah, the 1971, that's a monthly. The 288 it's a annual number, if you will. So there's
388.
Yeah, the 388. So there's a monthly versus an annual.
Okay.
But the 1971 here is a subset of the 388. In other words, a portion of the 388 is related to those things that are classified as customer. And then the portion that's classified as demand is the remainder.
So this is just customer. Does customer do these numbers include anything volumetric?
No.
Does the 388 in figure 7 include volumetric plus customer?
Yeah, and by volumetric, I'll say that's demand related.
Not
So,
transmission?
It would include transmission as well. So transmission. Yeah.
And distribution.
Right. And that portion of, all distribution would be in the 388 number. That's correct.
Okay. So demand is transmission and distribution.
Yes. A portion, let me say it, transmission is all classified as demand. A portion of distribution is classified as demand, and a portion is customer. So a portion of distribution is in that 1971. But there's not any transmission that would be in there.
Okay. Is the 388 total?
Yes.
Under rate 10, and the 388 is the total cost of service for a residential customer?
Yes.
It costs $1,358,352 to serve an off-system transportation customer.
Yeah, there's very few of those customers.
Wow. Okay. Here, let's go on to page 36 of your direct testimony. And you're talking about what rate elements that are included in the weather normalization adjustment?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Page 36 of your testimony,
Yes.
and at line 11, the question's posed, which rate classes are included in the WNA? Which, well, maybe I should go back to the page before. 35, line 7. What is the purpose of the company's weather normalization adjustment mechanism? And you say, beginning at line 8, the company's WNA mechanism addresses the basic misalignment between the structure of the company's costs and its rates. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That utility costs are fixed and change very little with changes in usage level, but utility rates have a significant variable or usage-based component that changes revenues and cost recovery with changes in usage level. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is. And there's a chart, figure 9, on page 38 that goes through and identifies of the revenues for both the residential and the small general service, what portion of those revenues are recovered through the access fees and what portion is recovered through the transmission and distribution charges. And you can see less than half for both of these classes is recovered through that fixed portion. So in other words, more than half of that revenue stream is recovered through volumetric rates, usage rates, which are set based on normal weather. So to the extent that weather is colder than normal, then those volumes are going to be higher than what they were set at for the rates, and the revenues then would be higher than what would be authorized in a rate case. Conversely, when it's warmer than normal, the volumes would be less than what was authorized in a rate case, and the revenues would be as well. So it creates a volatility both for the customer in terms of the bills higher and lower, and it also creates volatility for the company's revenues.
But the basic misalignment that you're referring to is the fact that is the emphasis on the volumetric charges and not the access charge?
That's correct.
Because you think that more money gas companies should be getting more money up front in the access charge. Rather than having to wait on the volumetric based on whatever rate was approved by the commission.
Well, to some degree, that's true. So if we look at the residential customer cost, for example, it's $20, but that doesn't mean that the access charge should also recover, for example, the cost of the transmission system, because that's demand related. So for example, if a low use customer, if the access charge recovered, for example, the transmission costs, then a low use customer would be billed the same amount for that transmission plant as a high use customer. And it wouldn't reflect what their underlying demands were. So it's not necessarily trying to increase the access charge to recover those demand related costs. It's mostly to increase it to recover the customer related costs.
Okay. So let's look at your stipulation testimony and okay. So looking at this chart, I'm looking specifically at page 3 of your stipulation testimony, and at lines 10. So you're answering the question posed on page 2. What was the approach to determine the class by class base rate revenues under the stipulation? And you begin to testify, and then on page 3 at line 10 underneath the chart, but we can keep the chart up there. You say the stipulated base rates balance of movement to capital E, capital R, capital O, capital R, or cost-based rates while mitigating rate continuity concerns. Specifically, the stipulated base rates reflect a weighting of 2.5% EROR and 97.5% and equal percentage increase. Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah, so
This part?
yeah, so if you go back to that chart.
This chart?
Yes. So it's really looking at if the increases were based on 100% equalized rates of return or cost-based rates, significant increases, you can see from here, there'd be some significant increases for the 61 and 70 customers. Even under a 10% equalized rates of return, you can see that at least for the rate 70, it's more than 2 times what the overall increase is. And with the proposal of the 2.5 equalized rates of return, you can see it's somewhere around 1.25 of the overall increase of 13.9. And so what this is basically laying out is what are the differences in terms of the impact on the individual rate classes of what happens under different movements towards cost-based rates. That's what the 100% and the 10% and the 2.5%, it's another way of saying this is the movement toward cost-based rates.
And what does the 97.5, where does that come from?
Yeah, that is, if we go back to the stipulation exhibit 2, that lays out what the increase would be if it were just a uniform increase across all of the rate classes. Yeah, so this is the chart. And so again, apologize for the labeling here. But column C represents what, going back to that earlier chart, column C represents what the revenue requirement would be for each of the rate classes if the rates were designed based on equalized rates of return. And again,
Right.
you can see like with 70, it would go from almost 2 million up to $5 million. And then the first column D, to the one to the left, reflects if it were just a uniform increase of 13.9 across all of the rate classes, this is what you'd result in. So it'd be a smoothing effect. The second column D, what this is really saying is if we took 2.5% of column C and 97.5% of column D and kind of did a weighting of those, that's what that second column D represents. It's a weighting of column C of the equalized rate of return revenues and the uniform increase in the first column D. So that's what's meant by that
Okay.
reference to weighting. It's how the calculation was done, but what it represents though is a movement toward cost-based rates.
Okay. So basically utilizing 97.5% of these, 2.5 of these, blending those two together, and you get these.
Yes. Yes, perfect.
How'd you come up with that, Mr. Lyons? How'd you come up going from 10 to 2.5?
It really started in column H and looking at what the class increases were at 10%, relative to what it ended up being 2.5. So if we did it at 10%, which was the company's original proposal, what ended up happening is the rate 70, for example, their increase was more than 2 times. And just from a judgment standpoint, that seemed too high. And so it was just a question of throttling that back to something that seemed more gradual. And that's where the 2.5 came in. And if you take the 17.4 over the 13.9, it's about 25% higher than the average. So it was a judgment that seemed reasonable.
Do you sit there with a pencil and figure that out, or have you got that kind of get plugged into a computer and it's like, well, what if we look at it toward where we don't want to have any increase over X, but we don't want to have a high-low range, or how do these things get figured out?
Yeah, thank goodness for spreadsheets, right? So just really, it's you just plug some different values in and just see what kind of strikes that balance between movement to cost-based rates and what makes sense in terms of the increases. I think earlier you had pointed out the approach to setting rates, and after the 3 things that you'd mentioned, setting it to recover cost and fairness and gradualism. Down under that, it said, and by the way, you kind of balance all this with some level of judgment. And I think this is where the judgment comes in. And, we have the tools in Excel to do it. And it's just trying to see what best balances all of these considerations.
And what else? And also what's going to float in your negotiations, depending on which parties and their interests are represented, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think Mr. Gigax did a nice job in explaining that, right? Some parties want to move it faster, other parties want to move it slower, and it's just a balancing act.
Is it gas companies Are they the moving at, is their perspective the moving at glacial? I was sort of chuckling, but not chuckling, knowing that I keep reading about these glaciers melting. So, you know, maybe that is indicative for utility commissions to move a bit more quickly. I don't know. I had a question about what appeared to me to be a disparity between your use of peak and other witnesses' use of peak. So if we can look at page 7 of your testimony. You are answering the question posed at, again, I don't think a question, but your line 16 and 17, please discuss customer bill impacts related to the stipulation. So you're doing that on the bottom of page 6, and on page 7, 1, 2, 3, you're talking about stipulated increases. And then that last line on 3, you say usage for residential customers during peak usage months of November through March. Well, I thought peak was October.
Yeah,
October through April. Why is your November through March when I thought I read someplace else the witness is talking about peak being October through April?
yeah. So the weather normalization adjustment is the October through April. So that we call that the heating season. Apologize for the confusion here, but I would say that's the heating season, and that's why it's represented by the weather normalization. Within the heating season, there's really a peak period within that, and that's what I was trying to capture with these numbers. And I hate to kind of jump around here a little bit, but in the direct testimony, there's a figure in there that looks at what the monthly consumption is relative to the peak consumption. And I think it helps illustrate.
Okay, where is it?
If you go to page 11, within the direct testimony, it's a figure 3.
Oh, it's a graph.
Yes.
I'm getting pretty speedy, huh?
Sorry to be jumping around. I just thought it would be helpful to look at something like this.
The only problem is you get speedy for a week or two, and then you don't do it again for a few months, and then you're just like, what am I doing? Okay, there we go.
Yeah. So in this case, you can see the peak months are really December and January. And what this looks at is the individual monthly consumption relative to that peak consumption. It's just a way to kind of measure the seasonality of the load. And so we've got the different months on the horizontal, and then that class sales in the month as a percent of that peak month on the vertical. And the 4 major classes are represented here: the residential, small, medium, and large. And it's really an illustration to show that certainly the residential and small general service are highly weather sensitive, whereas the medium and large are not. And so going back to the weather normalization adjustment, this is the reason why it's those 2 classes as opposed to other classes that are part of that. But I guess what I wanted to show it is, if you look at sort of the full area of heating, that October through April, it's kind of a wide band. And then within that, it's a little bit more intensive in terms of the November through March. So I certainly could have picked October through April, but I was trying to get maybe representative of a little bit more of a peakier period to differentiate it from the summertime period, and then the kind of average monthly across the year, to just to create some differentiation in those numbers.
Okay. And I guess I needed to pick up more, not on peak heating, and I didn't differentiate it from peak usage, but now you've explained that, so okay. Well, to the extent you want to opine on this, you were listening, or were you listening when I talked with WRA witness Farnsworth yesterday afternoon?
I was traveling. It kind of
Still traveling.
Yeah, I was. So I didn't. I'm not sure I heard all of it.
Okay. Well, basically, you're familiar with, or are you familiar with paragraph 21 of the stipulation? I'll pull it up.
Yes.
Okay. So it has to do actually it's not, that's not the section I wanted. Haha. But I do want to ask a question about that one. So it's just a different question. It doesn't relate to WRA's testimony about the line extension policy. Okay. Basically, in this particular section, the parties are agreeing to have the weather normalization adjustment become permanent, subject to some future proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And you say on page 10 of your stipulation testimony, in response to the question posed at lines 13 through 14, is the continuation of the weather normalization adjustment in parentheses, capital W, capital N, capital A, in parentheses, mechanism in the public interest. And you begin your answer on line 15, yes. The parties, in paragraph 21 of the stipulation, the parties agreed that gas companies request to continue the company's WNA as a tariff provision without any automatic termination provisions, as opposed to a pilot with sunset provision should be granted. And that's what you agreed to, right?
Yes.
And then you say, the WNA is working as intended, comma, providing benefits to customers through bill credits in the colder than normal when the revenues are higher than normal, and benefits to the company through bill charges in the warmer than normal weather conditions when actual revenues are lower than normal, correct?
Yes.
And that's how the WNA is supposed to work, right?
Yes. And I hate to flip-flop, but there is a figure in my direct testimony that illustrates that point.
Okay. You're going to tell me where it is.
Yes, page 42, and it's figure 10.
Okay.
So what this figure looks at is over the last 4 years, what has happened with the WNA. On the left-hand scale, it's the revenue deficiency or excess. So what we talked about earlier, if it's colder, there's more revenues. If it's warmer, there's less revenues. So that's the left-hand scale. The right-hand scale are the temperatures with either warmer or colder than normal. And again, across the 4 years. If you look, let's say the last 2 years, because these are a little more extreme and the examples are a little bit cleaner, is if you look at the red dot, that represents whether the temperatures were colder or warmer. So you can see in the 22-23 period that it was around 9% colder than normal. That's the red dot. And as a result, generated somewhere around $6.5 million worth of additional revenues because of that. The prior year, it was around 3% warmer than normal and resulted in a deficiency of revenues somewhere around $2 million. So what is meant by it's working well? Well, in those years where it's warmer than normal, there is an under recovery of revenues. And so the company would be able to recover that $2 million from customers through rates. In years where it's colder than normal, there's an additional revenue that's being recovered, and that's credited back to customers in that following year. So that's what's meant by it's working as intended. In colder than normal years, there's a credit. In the warmer than normal years, there's a recovery associated with it.
But shouldn't under or over recovery be related to the regulatory compact and the risks that the company assumes when it gets its rate set?
Yeah, in this case, it's really around the alignment between the costs that the company is incurring and the revenue stream to be able to pay for that. That's what the WNA or really any revenue decoupling mechanism is trying to do is to decouple that link.
Well, it's a timing thing, isn't it? I mean, you get it now rather than having to wait for a rate case, right?
Yeah, in a rate case though, you generally don't go back. So if it was colder
That's
than
true.
normal, for example, the test year, it's not like those revenues are credited to customers on a going forward basis.
So what does this show me? This last one.
Yeah, so in this case, in 22-23, it was around 9% colder than normal. The company generated an additional $6.5 million of revenue related to that colder weather. And then in the subsequent year, that was credited back to customers.
So the customers are being credited now? Or what from when does it go into effect? If this is the time period is going into effect in May?
This is the time period that it's incurred. I believe it's in the subsequent heating season, beginning in September, October, that the credit actually kicks in.
Okay. But we're almost to the end of the heating season, right?
As of this point, early April, yes.
Okay. So you're saying that this credits have already been distributed?
Yes, for the most part.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right, so that's how it's intended to work. You think it's working and you want to keep it permanently.
Yes.
And that's what the parties agreed to. Okay. Did you find pursuant to my one postie note? I'll look for it again.
This is the Schedule Q?
Uh-huh.
Yes,
You found that.
I did, yes.
Where is that in the application?
Yes. Yeah, it's one of the 6:30 schedules.
That's what I thought. Okay. Is that the off-system sales schedule?
This is a schedule that looks at the year-end number of customers, average number of customers. It's the Schedule Q5.
Yep. I think I was looking at page 3.
Okay. 3 of 7.
Yes. Am I going to be able to find that in here? No. Not in this block. Okay, go back. Customer information. Okay, Q5, 3 of 7, customer information. So that is during the base period has the year-end number of customers. Average number of customers. Why are we using decatherms?
It's not entirely sure. It's sometimes easier to report in decatherms.
What happened to therms and
Yes.
MMBTUs and okay. Sometimes it's easier. Okay. And total revenue. What quantity is that?
It's in thousands. The revenue would be in thousands. So it's 153.9 million for residential, for example.
Okay, because that looks like a comma to me. It looks like $153,891.
Yeah, it's the title above has it in thousands, so That's where the 153.9 is.
Okay. So it's 153 million.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. And this would be that's for the future test year. So that.
So you are,
Okay.
Bart, you are projecting increases in customer counts?
Yes.
Okay, how does this help us?
Well, this takes the forecast information that was done by the forecasting firm and then applies to it the proposed rates that was in the company's filing. And so this provides what the revenues would be in 2026 and the 5 years beyond the test period.
And you continue to project customer growth in these future years?
Yes, I believe it goes out to 2029.
How did you incorporate, or how did you come up with whatever projection you used for customer count increases?
It's something that the consulting firm put together in terms of their forecast. So whatever their econometric model had in terms of that historic relationship and then applying it to the future, it just extrapolates out to at least 2029.
I mean, do they look at like historical customer growth, or?
I think that's part of it, is looking at historically what the relationship is between customer growth, for example, or number of customers and economic data. That's generally how load forecasting is done, looking at that historic relationship, looking at the economic data in the future, and then utilizing that historic relationship, applying that future economic data to be able to determine the number of customers.
So are we going to see these same numbers in gas company does an IRP, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, are we going to see more information on these projected numbers, or?
Yes, I would assume so.
Okay. Thanks for finding that. I thought it was in the application, and then I left my note hidden under my notebook.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. Let me just see. I think I did all the documents this morning that I wanted to talk about. Mr. Lyons, I think that's all the questions I have for you, sir. I appreciate your time and assistance and explanation. Mr. Howerly, question, or Mr. Chair, do you have any questions for Mr. Lyons?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Lyons. Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Haverly, any questions?
I have two questions on redirect.
Sure.
If you indulge me, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lyons, earlier there was some discussion about your exhibit TSL9 in your direct testimony. Did you perform a similar calculation or document as to TSL9 in the stipulation?
Yes, I did, and it's marked stipulation exhibit number 4. And actually, there was a earlier question about why we only looked at 4 rate classes in the original application. All of the rate classes are included in the stipulation exhibit number 4. So we've performed it for all the rate classes, not just the 4 that were in the application.
Thank you, sir.
Is that it?
Go ahead, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'm sorry.
Stipulation exhibit 4,
Yes,
page 1 of 12, customer and bill impacts. Is that correct?
yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Haverly.
Yes. I was just confirming that had all of the customers on there, Madam Hearing Examiner. So I think that's already been solved. So my next question is going to be about what was discussed earlier about stipulation exhibit number 2. So, Mr. Lyons, while there is not that same figure that you had on page 4 of your testimony on stipulation exhibit number 2, could you come up with some of that same information by doing a calculation using this document in stipulation number 2?
Yes.
Okay, would that be to divide any stipulation exhibit number 2, second column D by column C? Would that give you that answer?
That would be a way of indexing what the proposed rates would be relative to what they would be at equalized rate of return or cost-based rates.
Okay. Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't have any additional questions. I just wanted to clarify those.
So if I divided D2 into D1, what's that going to give me?
Into C, it would tell you.
Wait. Okay, so D2 into C.
Yes.
It's going to give me
the proposed revenues relative to what they would be under equalized rate of return or cost-based rates. So for example, you could look at rate 70, the proposed would be 2.3 million and the equalized rate of return would be 5 million. So it's roughly somewhere around 50-something% of the equalized rate of return or cost-based rate.
Okay, I'm going to think about that. Okay, Mr. Haverly, any other questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I did have a question or two in follow-up to your exchange with the witness, if you permit it.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Beatles.
Thank you. Mr. Lyons, I'm Sydney Beatles. I'm the lawyer for Western Resource Advocates, a signatory in this case. And I have a question, and to just lay a foundation for it, you have reviewed the stipulation, right?
Yes.
Okay, and with respect to the questions and answers on the company's request for the approval of the weather normalization adjustment mechanism, is it your understanding that the stipulation does not provide for permanent approval?
Yeah, my understanding is basically what's written here is that it's not a pilot program anymore. It's a part of a general tariff. And like any provision within a tariff, it can be changed in some future proceeding.
And it's still subject to the continuing review and oversight of the commission. Is that correct?
As with any tariff provision. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all.
Sure.
Thanks, Ms. Beatles. That was my word. That's what I was asking the witness yesterday. It's like, if it's a duck that's quacking. But obviously, I think the witness as most witnesses testify, we agreed to what the word said. So I will take note of that. Any other questions for Mr. Lyons? No. Mr. Lyons, thank you again, sir. As far as I know, unless I totally forgot something, hopefully you'll still be available somewhere. Your excuse, sir.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haverly, who do we have next?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I could go with either Alana DeYoung or Denise Wilcox. I don't know if either one would be better for you. If they are, let me know.
I probably have, I don't have a whole lot of questions for either one.
Okay.
So, it's totally up to you.
Well, I'm going to call Denise Wilcox, and she'll be here in just a moment, Madam Hearing
Okay.
Examiner.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Mr. Gould, just wanted to make sure that we, and you may have discussed this when I was out of pocket, that we leave a little time at the end of the hearing to discuss what our schedule is for tomorrow. I've got 2 witnesses up, but I've checked with both of them and both can be available on Thursday. And it looks like we're if we want to just finish all of the PNM witness, PNM, why do I keep on doing that? The gas company witnesses tomorrow, and then start taking other witnesses, we can adjust our schedules for that. So just wanted to let you know, but I do need to let them know by the end of the evening what they're going to be doing tomorrow and perhaps Thursday.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Madam Hearing Examiner, we have Denise Wilcox. I'm going to transfer over the speaker to that computer.
Okay.
And we'll get started.
Very well.
I think we're good to go, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, very well. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilcox.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner.
How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Excellent. Melissa, would you swear the witness, please?
Raise your right hand. Do you Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Howerly.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Wilcox, would you please state your full name for the record?
Denise Wilcox.
And Ms. Wilcox, who are you employed by and what is your position?
I'm employed with New Mexico Gas Company, and I'm the Vice President of Human Resources and Corporate Security.
Ms. Wilcox, you have before you what has been marked as NMGC Exhibit number 8. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What is it?
It's my direct testimony and exhibits.
And was this document prepared by you or at your direction?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions as contained in NMGC exhibit number 8, would you provide me the same answers today?
I would,
And would those answers be true and correct?
yes,
And are the exhibits accurate and true?
yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move to admit NMGC exhibit number 8.
Any objections to what's been identified as Gas Company Exhibit 8, Ms. Wilcox, direct testimony as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objection, Gas Company Exhibit 8 is admitted. Mr. Howerly?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Ms. Wilcox, you now have what is been labeled NMGC exhibit number 9 before you. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's my direct testimony in support of the uncontested stipulation.
Was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to NMGC exhibit number 9?
I do not.
Ms. Wilcox, if I asked you the same questions that are contained in this document, would you give me the same answers today?
I would.
And would those answers be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move to admit into evidence NMGC exhibit number 9.
Any objection to what's been identified as Gas Company Exhibit 9, Ms. Wilcox, testimony in support of the stipulation as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objection, Gas Company Exhibit 9 is admitted. Mr. Haverly?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. With that, I tender the witness for further examination.
Very well, thank you. So part of your testimony that I was interested in hearing about, Ms. Wilcox, especially since last time when we spoke, a couple of years ago, was how you were doing with regard to employee levels, and whether or not you've been having any circumstances similar to your recounting of the incidents you're referring to on page 9 of your direct testimony, where I remember that testimony and was very surprised that Lano subcontractors were poaching your employees in the field. So how's that going? Have you replaced those employees?
Madam Hearing Examiner, we have replaced those employees, and I'm happy to report that we are doing much better at New Mexico Gas in terms of our vacancy rate. We've seen a trajectory down in the number of vacancies that we're experiencing, and we're being able to retain our employees as well. Not only, are we attracting new employees to fill the vacancies, but we're also keeping the employees that are here.
Well, that's really good news. And specifically with regard to those incidents and the specific Espanola and Santa Fe area, are you still borrowing from employees from other regions like Albuquerque to fill those positions, or have you been able to fill those positions in Santa Fe and Espanola?
Yes, we've been able to fill those positions. The only time we would utilize people from the metro area would be in cases of an extreme emergency or something where we would have to tap some of those resources.
So that was my question as it relates actually to your testimony on page 10, so you've had new hires. It's not just reassignments.
Correct. We've had new hires into those vacant positions.
And have some of those new hires been in some of your training positions? I recall in your testimony that you had I think either a policy or a program where you had invested in training individuals to actually become those field, I don't remember the exact service technicians. Do you still have that policy or program to try to
Yes,
train from within?
yes. When we hire new employees, I would say that there are different categories of employees. Some new hires come to us with little to no experience, and they have to go through a training program. Takes them about 2 years to get a journeyman gas fitter's license to do the work. Other employees come to us with a journeyman gas fitter's license. So they would just have to go through the required, what I call operator qualification training. We call them OQs. So their time in training is actually less, and they're able to work independently sooner than someone that comes in with little or no experience.
Okay. And in your direct testimony on page 14, the question is posed at lines 19 through 21. Are the salaries provided by gas company currently competitive with those offered by similarly situated employers to attract and retain employees? And you begin your answer on page 15 by saying gas company always strives to offer competitive salaries and has a history of successfully doing so. But after experiencing the employee retention and attraction difficulties described in my direct testimony, gas company engaged the help of an industry expert, Mercer. That's your testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell me a little bit about who this Mercer is, where they're located? How'd you find them? Why'd you hire them?
Okay. Mercer is an industry expert in compensation, along with other benefits like health and medical. And we've relied on Mercer for a number of years. Our parent company utilizes Mercer, and it's Mercer out of Canada, which also covers the US. And what they
So TICO
uses them along with the Mara, our parent company.
Okay.
So Mercer was asked to look at our positions in New Mexico. And as I stated, they're an industry expert in compensation along with other medical, dental type work that they do.
Or do you get any price break because other parts of the company utilize them?
I think they give us a reasonable rate for the work that they do. Whether it's a price break, I don't know. I can't describe that. I don't actually negotiate the contract. So I just know that the work that they've done for us is reasonable.
And so is it like an annual contract, or is this like an hourly?
This is an annual contract to do compensation work specifically. And then if we require special reports, such as, in this case, I asked them to look at specifics, there is a separate fee for that.
Okay. Is this cost for this contract located in where in HR expenses?
This would be under our consultants other line item
Okay.
in our O&M budget.
Okay. Do you know how much the contract is?
I don't have that number with me right now. I'd have to get that for you to do the work that they did on the compensation for New Mexico Gas.
Can you direct me to where it is in your application?
I could probably defer to witness Buchanan, but it would just be under,
Okay,
I would categorize it as, it would be under the cost element for HR, under consultants, along with other consultants.
okay. I'll ask him then to save time. And if he can't, I'll do a bench request.
Okay,
Okay. Okay, so you've been happy with them.
very.
And basically, according to what they told you, you testify here that gas company has learned that its salaries are currently below the market median in New Mexico by 10%, correct?
Correct.
And so this was some information that Mercer gave you.
Correct.
Okay. So then you give some more information on page 16. Mercer's analysis, this is beginning at line 1. Mercer's analysis indicated median salaries in New Mexico are currently higher than those nationally, and gas company salaries are approximately 10% below the market median, even factoring in supplemental pay for certain employees. So I understood that until I got to factoring in supplemental pay for certain employees. So it helped me understand. I understand that not all of the employees get supplemental pay, correct?
Correct.
But what you're saying is that even if you put in that amount that you do give for supplemental pay, they're still below the 10%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that okay? That's what that means. Okay. Interesting that median salaries in New Mexico are higher than nationally. Did you find that interesting?
I really didn't, because I think we were experiencing that. We were losing employees for other roles, other positions in New Mexico. And also we were having difficulty attracting employees. So that is one of the reasons that I sought the expertise of Mercer to try to help us understand if something was occurring in the market that was causing this.
And based upon what Mercer reported back to you, is how you structured your salary and compensation plan, correct?
Yes, it's how we looked at the merit increases that we propose to give our employees.
But did it also affect your base salary?
What we did is, as a result of this information from Mercer, and the reason we've given 7% so far is we've brought new hires in higher than we normally would. So typically we would bring new hires between 0.80 and 0.90. So what we've done is we've brought them closer to 90, and we've also adjusted other salaries for other employees that were between 90 and 1.
And I wanted to just ask you about so that I understood your testimony. So in your compensation policy, you have certain jobs that have job descriptions, and you have what you refer to as a base salary, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just pick one. And tell me a position, and then for that position, do you have like a range of a base salary, or is it everybody who is a tech one starts at $40,000 a year?
Okay.
Okay, how just explain to me how that works.
So I'll take a service tech, for example. So a
Okay.
service tech is a certain grade at our company. And we
Okay.
have 2 levels of service tech. So the entry level has a minimum salary, the mid, and a max. Okay, so there's a range, and it ranges from 0.80 to 1.20 of the midpoint. Okay, so 0.80 of a midpoint. So when we hire a new employee, what we're currently doing is we're bringing them in at the 0.90 rather than bringing them in at lower in the pay range. And so, and then it also depends on the experience of an employee. So if an applicant has a lot more experience, they're going to come in higher than somebody with little to no experience.
Sure. Now, if you've increased your hiring percentage of midpoint, are you then going back and adjusting the people that you have in that range to account for the new policy?
Yes, we've brought the current employees up. So one of the first things that we did is if they had existing employees and they were below 0.90 or 0.89, somewhere in that range, we brought them up to 0.90. So we shifted those employees, and then we started the shift of the ones that were between 90 and 1.
Okay. So you weren't going to have unhappy employees that found out that the new guy got paid more than they were when they're in the same grade or classification, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, not going to lose those people.
We're not going to lose people. Exactly.
Okay. So on your testimony on page 17, at line 2, you say specifically, gas company plans to raise base salaries overall by approximately 17% by the January of 2025. Now that was your test in your direct testimony, right?
That's correct.
So you were going to raise this beginning, mid, and whatever high. You're going to add 17% to each one of those in that range.
That was in my direct testimony. That was our original plan. We were going to raise all employees. We were going to look at areas where we were having difficulty attracting or retaining, making these adjustments that I just described.
Okay. And you thought by doing that, then you were going to that would help with the 10% below the market median finding from Mercer.
Yes.
Okay. And you say on page 19, will the question posed at lines 4 and 5, will gas company apply the salary adjustment equally to the salaries of all employees? And you begin your answer on line 6. No. This salary adjustment will be applied to employees' salaries as merit increases at the discretion of the management group. Now, does that relate? Is that just for the executive group, or is this all of the base salaries?
This
I
is
got a
the-
little confused there.
Okay, so what I say there is that the salary adjustment that we proposed, and we've already given 7%, is not applied equally. It's not uniform across the board. So we look at the salary, we looked at those like I described that were below 90. We look at employee performance. We look at areas where we're having difficulty attracting and retaining employees. So those adjustments were then applied to employees.
Specific employees, not the increase in the range. Are we talking two different things here? Number one, you're going to increase the range, and then you're going to place the people in the range. And is that what you're talking about with the adjustments?
We're not increasing the range. We're increasing people within the range. The range stays static. It's based on a grade structure. So we're increasing people within that range, looking at all of these factors.
Okay, I'm trying to understand it in terms of, for example, the state. The state has a classified system, and they have positions, and they have a range of a high or low and a mid and a high. Although I think they just may have got rid of the mid. I don't know. Anyway, they're in. So if the legislature gives an increase, state personnel has to go in and has to adjust the range by the percentage of increase. So if it's a 3% increase, then they've got, in order for especially people at the end of the range to get any raise, they have to increase the range. But then it also, by doing that, it changes the availability to hire people in the range. Or increase the people within the range. So I'm just trying to understand your system, but you're saying the ranges stay static, and it's only this 10% or 17% or how many ever percent that's going to be determined on an individual basis.
Well, it's two parts. So the range can change because every year we look at the ranges on an annual basis, and they may be tweaked a little bit. They may go up a little bit. They may have 0%. But then this work that we did here was within the range, if that makes sense.
Okay. And you go on in your testimony so all of that part is just related to base pay, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then at around page 24 of your testimony, you start discussing incentive pay, correct?
Correct.
And you got a capital S, capital T, capital I, capital P. And then you have a capital L, capital T, capital I, capital P. And I'm assuming that's short-term incentive and long-term incentive?
Correct.
And the long-term incentive, you're not asking for recovery in the revenue requirement, correct?
That is correct.
But you are the short-term.
We were.
Oh, right. Okay, you were. And basically the incentive program is based on the company's determination of meeting certain what I think were related or were called certain company policy goals.
Or I would just call them company goals.
Okay. And all employees had the ability to qualify for those. Is that correct?
Correct.
But the long-term incentive is only for management employees?
It's for director level and above.
Okay. Upper management.
We call it director level and above.
Okay, director level and above.
Okay.
Higher management. I have to think about that. Okay. Okay, so I'll get back to that when I ask you about your STIP testimony, but let's just go on with your direct testimony. As of the filing of the application, you had 93 vacancies. And where are you today?
Well, interestingly, at the end of February, we had 66 vacancies. And I checked today and we're down to about 61 vacancies.
Okay.
So we're seeing a downward trend there.
And any other actions that the company is taking in addition to what you've testified about that, well, you testify on page 30, you're going to try to close the pay gap.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's going to be impacted at all by the fact that you have an agreement and a stipulation, don't you, to offer less of an employee increase?
I think, we're seeing the fact that we're bringing down the vacancy rate, and I think that we're going to be okay. I think it's sufficient for us to keep attracting and retaining our talent.
Okay. So you think the increase, as you say, you've already implemented a 7% increase. So you think the additional increase that you'll be able to provide during the test year period is going to be enough to accomplish those goals?
We hope so. We're seeing our success in recruiting. But if needs of our workforce change, I think we would have to look at that. But I feel confident that we're on a path. And, our plan all along was to, bring the salaries up to be competitive. And I think we're seeing that come to fruition.
So if it appears that 61 is stalled or increased, then you'll be asking, as the director, you'll be going to the director meetings asking for more money for your department.
Perhaps.
I also wanted to ask you about page 32 of your testimony. And that's the security measures. And, I read that, and I mean, I understand that there's a certain probably think you refer to TSA and I don't know, Homeland Security, and I don't want to know any of that stuff that's confidential that we're not supposed to know about, and protecting those facilities. But I guess I was very interested in the testimony that talked about your employees. And I just wondered, is gas company having security issues with its payment center, or with like its employees in the field? Or
I think can you direct me to where you're looking? Are you still on page 32?
no, I mean, I know that like in 35 you're talking about the the TSA, and I recall seeing in the testimony, so for example, at 33 line 11, you say gas company is expending capital to continue to harden facilities throughout the state. Briefly, we are enhancing the physical security at our offices, improving the security at critical sites on our pipeline, and we'll continue to evaluate expanding services. And physically protecting the company's IT&T assets and critical component of the company's security efforts. And then you go on at the bottom of 33 to say, gas company will be utilizing contracted security guards, hardening the physical security at each of its office locations, and deploying enhanced technology. So I'm just wondering if this is just the state of the world, or if gas companies had an issue that they're addressing by these improved security measures at its business locations.
Okay, so for the facilities, I mean, I think it's typical that you have access control at your facilities. For example, at our payment centers, we have what I would call, I'll give you an example of something that we're doing that we hardened, where there was like a hollow core door between the area where the customer goes in to where the employees go in. We're putting in a steel door. We're hardening the facilities to make sure that we have the proper security protection for our employees, but also for our customers, because the employees, we've installed like what I would call panic buttons, so that if there's an incident in the payment center, they can immediately press that button and it goes directly to law enforcement. So those are some of the examples of things that we're doing to harden, including cameras and other things. In our business center, we have security guards 24/7, and also at our Edith Service Center, we have security guards. So I don't think it's more than unusual that you see in any business. It's just the necessary precautions so we can, defend and deter. That's really our posture at New Mexico Gas.
Okay, I guess I haven't been out much, and I mean, I realize that, for example, at some of the big box stores that, especially in this area, that they've had a real shoplifting problem. Or I've read about that, and again, I guess I never put it in context of potential physical safety risk for gas company employees.
Yes.
Let's look at your testimony, your stipulation testimony, and essentially, you testify on page 2 under the question posed at lines 1 through 3. Under the terms of the stipulation, will gas company be able to continue to retain and recruit employees necessary? And you say yes. And in essence, at line 18, the increases implemented since the filing of the application and the 5% in January 2025 total 12%, as opposed to the 17% requested in my direct testimony. So basically, the effect would be a 5% reduction in what you had planned, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I believe on page 5 of your testimony that's where you indicate that the vacancies are down to 66 now.
Yes.
Is that the composition of the 63? Is that any particular group or?
I think it's across the company, you know, in operations, finance, regulatory, customer service. I think it's a broad group of employees.
But you're actively seeking to fill those positions, right?
That is correct.
One of the, and I don't know if it was the question about the supplemental pay. And it was my understanding that in certain areas, the supplemental pay was higher than in other areas.
Yes, that is correct.
And is that because you can't fill those positions and unless you paid that supplemental pay? Or is that what the going rate is in those particular areas?
Where we have the highest supplemental pay is in our southeast area. It's in the Permian Basin. And we compete heavily with the oil and gas industry down there. So that is one of our higher groups where we pay higher supplemental pay.
And my note says that supplemental pay higher increases like in Carlsbad and Lovington.
Correct.
Where sometimes it could be 40% or 30% or 20% of their pay.
It depends on the position, Madam Hearing Examiner. In that area typically ranges from 15 to 35%.
And is that for a service tech?
Let's see here. The service techs are about 15%. With the higher ones are where you in the construction and maintenance tech and the 4 persons.
Ah, interesting. In the last rate case, I believe you projected that there's going to be 36 vacancies for 2023. And it looks like you've added 44 positions. I don't think this vacancy number's right. I think that was your filing vacancy.
I think that was the earlier number.
Yeah. I just wondered, I mean, in the 60s still seems kind of high, but gas companies still are able to operate successfully with the number of employees that they have.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. Those are the questions that I had for you. Mr. Chair?
No, thank you, Ms. Wilcox, and I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Haverly, any questions?
No, ma'am, no questions.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Wilcox? Nope. Ms. Wilcox, thank you again.
You.
Good luck with those that security.
Thank you.
And getting those more employees.
Okay.
Appreciate your time and your excuse.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Haverly, I think we're probably at the end of our witness day here. So according to the purported plan, on Wednesday, we're going to continue with gas company, I guess, in the morning. And you have
I believe I have 3 witnesses left, Madam Hearing Examiner: Alana DeYoung, Dylan DeAscendis, and Eric Buchanan.
and then we have, I guess, beginning at lunchtime. That seemed to work. If that works, Mr. Elliott. Beginning at lunchtime, we have Ms. Crane and Dr. Woolrich. And then we scheduled Mr. Gorman and Mr. Walters, although Mr. Gould said they might be available on Thursday. I believe, pending any questions by the commissioners, I don't have a whole lot of questions for the return on equity witnesses. The majority of the questions I have for the remaining gas company witnesses are for Mr. Buchanan. I do have some questions for Mr. Young. So, I mean, I can't guarantee you, Mr. Gold, but I think we're going to be able to get to Mr. Gorman and Mr. Walters tomorrow afternoon. I can't hear you. Are you frozen? I can see you talking. There you go. Now you're muted. Now try unmuting. Nope.
Peter, is
Uses
it
a
correctly
lot.
to your- Sorry.
It uses a lot of bandwidth to blur the background. I don't know. IT told me that.
Oh. Peter, do you have a setting directly on your headset that you might have accidentally muted that's separate from your computer?
He's saying that.
Yeah, it looks good. I don't know.
Can you do hand signals, Peter?
No, I don't want him doing hand signals. This is on YouTube. Do you want to go? Why don't you go out and come back in?
Does that work better?
Oh, that works.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Something's going on with the headset. I'll tell Mr. Gorman and Mr. Walters to be available after 2:30 time frame. And I'll just call
Yeah.
them
Yeah.
once we see what kind
maybe
of,
3.
yeah.
Okay.
But I'll just have them available for late afternoon, just so that we know.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay, I'll call them
That's
right
the
now.
best I can do.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay.
As you said, you're not.
I'll try
having-
not to slide them. I mean, again, the ROE witnesses, I really don't have a whole lot for Mr. Walters.
Okay.
Obviously I have some questions for Mr. Gorman. And I have questions for Ms. Crane.
And Mr. Gorman may be able, there was a question earlier to one of the witnesses, maybe Ryan Shell, about what the commission would need to do in terms of an order to effectuate the regulatory asset provision of the stipulation, and which is paragraph 18. What kind of orders? Mr. Gorman may have some insight on that as well. He didn't cover that in his testimony, but that is his area of expertise, or part of it anyway. So.
All right.
Okay.
So where we are tomorrow then is, are we going to start off with Mr. Buchanan or?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I was going to try to get Mr. Young on and then Mr. DeAscendis, and then have Mr. Buchanan at the very end, because if anybody needs to defer anything to him, since he is the overall cost of service witness and he's the finance guy, I thought that would probably be the easiest thing, rather than trying to have to recall him. If that's okay with you, that's the way I was going to go.
Nope, that's absolutely fine.
Okay.
So we'll do that. We'll start with the two of them and get to Mr. Buchanan. And hopefully we can conclude before lunch. If not, we'll continue Mr. Buchanan later, depending where we are with the DOJ witnesses and the NM area witnesses. And I don't believe we'll get to staff though on Wednesday afternoon. I think that would be pushing it. And I do have questions for the staff witnesses. I do not have questions for staff witness Oatara, and would consider waiving his testimony if that's the pleasure of staff. I do have questions for the other 4. Again, not many questions for Mr. Tupler on ROE. Okay. All right, I think we have a plan. Is there anything else procedural that we need to talk about? I haven't checked my email. Did I get my exhibits? Mr. Elliott?
You did.
Yay.
You should.
Thank you so much.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Oh, there they are. Yay. Thank you, sir. Who, Mr. Gould? No, Mr. Doman.
Oh, Mr. Doman. Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm wondering, we've talked a little bit about the bench requests and your desire, well, and not much about your desire as to when you want them. And I'm just wondering if you're really looking for us to get them into you by Thursday, is that kind of in line with your plan that we would give them to you before the close of the hearing?
My plan would be if you got them by tomorrow so the other parties could look at
Okay.
them.
All
So
right.
they could put their position on the record. So then that way Melissa's gonna have them. And, then we're gonna sort of have a more complete transcript rather than me having to issue an order. And then if anybody ever wanted to look at the record, then they'd have to try to incorporate what was included in the order with the transcript.
Perfect. That helps me understand our timing.
Okay. Very well. Anything from anyone else? No. Thank you all for staying. Melissa, thank you for staying. I hope we're not wearing you out. If we are, you tell me. Okay. All right. Thank you all, and we are recessed. Again, we'll try to show up about 10 of 9 to see if there's any procedural things that we need to deal with. Otherwise, we are recessed, and I hope everyone has